Welcome to another episode of the Great Fantasy Baseball Invitational Podcast. I am Justin Mason, lead fantasy writer and analyst at friendsoffantasybenefits.com. We're doing this live. This one is we're just gonna wing this, and I've brought on my good buddy Mike Kurland. I like the background. I'm sure it'll change at some point. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm good. I came, the name CBK. I brought a pillow. I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm ready to rock and roll, man.
Yeah, I got my TGFBI shirt. I'm going old school today. I'll put the new one on tomorrow. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media, and then plug what you do.
All right. Well, you can follow me on Twitter at Mike_Kurland. And right now, it's a lot of lineup stuff. I created this spring training lineup tracker, and it's kind of been, taking off, for lack of a better term. I'm really proud of it. This project took me hours to get up and running properly, and it still takes me a little bit to manually do every day. But for me, it's been well worth it. It covers each team, each game during the spring training. There's color-coded stuff to it for once we actually have some more info in terms of plugging what's platoons and all that. Each player has their Fangraphs page actually linked to the name. So if you go on there and click on the name, you can actually pull up the Fangraphs page to any player. And of course, all the Twitter thread stuff I'm doing, I'm putting my notes, but like a more detailed version in this chart as well. So I'm getting away from the Twitter threads, but my big focus on like the spring training and going into the season is just lineup stuff. And this tracker has been kind of the big thing I've been working on for the time being. So like I said, I'm really proud of it. It's one of the more serious sides of me, but other than that, just doing the regular stuff, man. Podcasting, coming with a soundboard we played with. Maybe I'll drop a little thing here and there. We'll see what happens. But other than that, just kind of hanging out. And I hate to interrupt the rest of these guys because I see there's two other people here that are awesome people. So let's get to it.
Yeah, we got some more people joining us. I don't know who's going to be joining us while we're doing this, but I know we got people now. So joining us is Jeff. Jeff, welcome to the show.
What's up, Justin? How you doing, man? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing all right, man. It's a little bit crazy that after doing 2 straight days of 9-hour live streams, I decided to do another one. But it's TGFBI day, right? So
you like pain. Hey, I did it too, man. I wore the shirt too. I'm that guy wearing the shirt of the band I went to see. You know, that guy.
What's wrong with that?
There you go. Remind everybody where you can be reached on social media, and then plug what you do.
Awesome. My Twitter handle at jtrella20. I didn't put it there, but that's the spelling for you. The 20's for Mike Schmidt. I'm a Philly guy.
There you go.
I'm the rookie to TGFBI this year. We're just getting started podcasting over the last year. We're at stackattackfantasy.com. The podcast is doing good. You know what I mean? For a young guy, we're just getting started, having a lot of fun doing it. I'm writing for Fantasy Six Pack now. Also got a gig with Todd Zolo over at Creative Sports that hasn't started yet. And the website that I'm developing myself is, again, stackattackfantasy.com. And you can see some of my work and some of my partners' work there as well.
Nice. Well, and I was on the Stack Attack podcast not that long ago, and it was a lot of fun.
Man.
Yeah.
You're the man. We had a blast.
We did. I told you it was going to be the longest episode you ever done. I
had that effect on people too, man. I get it.
Yeah, I got to start giving people a disclaimer when they bring me on. Like, okay, how long do you do your podcast for? And they're like, oh, an hour. And then tell them, okay, so we got to plan for an hour and a half because there's no way you're going to keep me from talking. Joining us as well is Seymour. Seymour, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Justin, Mike, Jeff? How you guys doing?
What's up?
Doing well, man. Remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug what you do.
Yeah, so right now, newbie in the industry. It's funny how you just kind of start doing something and you're like an industry guy, But host of the Fantasy Best Ball exclusive podcast, started it back in October. It's been a really fun, wild ride. It's been really cool to kind of become part of this community. I know people say it all the time. Lots of awesome people out there, and just meeting all you guys, and my first year maiden voyage in TGFBI as well. So Twitter handle is right there below me. But yeah, it's been awesome. Just kind of meeting a lot of people, talking to people on the podcast and stuff from all walks of the fantasy circle, not just best ball. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Kurland, I love your background. I don't know if it's already been talked about, but very cool.
It's going to change at some point. I can promise you that.
I dig.
The problem is I'm trying not to repeat the same stuff I used, but I didn't come prepared to do anything different.
Mm.
So I got to come up with stuff on the fly. I'll figure it out. But thank you, Brian. I appreciate it.
One.
But you're killing it, man. You're killing it with the best ball stuff, man. That's like a niche of your own that you've kind of just taken and ran with, and it's blowing up. And you picked a good time. And right now, this industry, getting into a niche is really difficult to do. And you seem to have really taken that one and owned it. And people are starting to know you for that, which is awesome.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. And it's weird to say because, like, I know a lot of people have said that, and best ball is pretty much the focus. But I am thinking of doing a bit of a rebranding just because.
Ooh.
Well, not like to stray away from best ball or anything like that, but because we focus on like using fantasy baseball as an investment a lot, and that's what we talk about on the podcast. I'm having guys on that are DC like draft champion, draft and hold experts, all kinds of different stuff. And I really want to focus on that like investment ROI aspect. And I feel like when I call myself or the podcast just best ball, it does kind of pigeonhole it a bit. I was talking to Yancey the other day, and he said, I didn't really even have reason to listen to it because I don't really care that much about best ball or whatever it may be. And, I want to make sure that we do have like plenty of guests to get. So I'm thinking of rebranding a bit in more of like a fantasy baseball investment type style, and possibly even incorporate some like baseball betting into it as well. So look for that. I'm working on some things right now. So we'll see how
fantasy bets ball. Heyo. All right. Sorry.
All right. So what we're doing today, we're going to be talking, kind of breaking down what's going on in TGFBI. So let's see. What league are you in, Curland?
Oh, man. No, I don't know why you came to me first. I have no idea what league I'm in. I just know I'm drafting.
Right. Jeff, what league are you in? You've been
I'm in number 9. Big name in my league is Eno Saris.
Okay. Has that gone very far? Because I thought 9 was one of the slower drafts.
We're crawling along here. I'm the 14th pick, and I'm on deck in round 3.
Oh.
Yeah. You're you guys are farther than my league.
Oh, so yeah.
I'm gonna bring up. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. I think it's this one, or is this one gonna be mine? Nope, there's mine. See?
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's mine. So
we picked it up after a slow start today, but
all right. Is it now sharing your league?
I see it sharing whichever one's finishing up the second.
Okay. All right, there we go. Let's see.
Yeah, so you warned me. I wasn't coming prepared. I didn't know I needed to know my league number, like the basics. I didn't need to know the basics. I didn't think.
There we go. So there's your league. So Jeff, what team number are you?
I'm 14.
Okay, so you've only made 2 picks so far. And you started off with Bellinger and Bauer. Talk to me about that.
Well, first off, my draft selection, I was the last pick. So I wanted to be towards the back of the draft, but I ended up with 14, which wasn't exactly one of my first choices. I wanted to be more like 9, 10, 11. My goal was to pull in Yelich as my first player, but of course, Eno took him, so I have to eat that. I was looking at Bellinger, and he just gives something in every category. I'm not a believer in much of 2020, like small sample size guys that kind of crap the bed a little bit. I'm giving him a pass on that. The guy's an MVP candidate. He's got the championship ring now, so I just think that he's motivated to take his personal game to the next level, get paid, get that MVP that he's definite candidate for. Just brought a little bit of everything to the table there. In the second round, it was tough because I know Bauer is very inconsistent, especially with the ratios. But I know that the strikeouts and the wins are just going to be there. I mean, there's a guaranteed 225 strikeouts there. The wins on that team is, I tweeted out earlier. I look at the Dodgers like the Kansas City Chiefs now. It's just like get as many pieces as you can. There's too much easy strikeout there, easy win. I kind of got my eye on a couple of low ratio guys in the next 3 rounds to kind of defend myself against that possible Bauer 4.0 ERA, which may possibly happen. Well, we'll see. But I'm definitely looking at a hitter on this next pick, though.
Okay, so you're looking at a hitter on the next pick, and then
Yep.
then you're on the clock to take us through this.
Jesus
Ooh,
Nice.
the
There we
pressure is
go.
on.
Christ. Bregman was on my short list, so there we go. All right, so I'm going to be a little risk adverse here. I feel like I took a little bit of a risk in Bauer with the potential regression, Bellinger, the slight injury, which I'm not really too worried about. So I'm going to take a pass on Real Muto here, even though he was, if healthy, I would have been pulling the trigger here. I hear in some other leagues he's still available is in the late 50s. So I'm kind of pulling off hope maybe he'll still be there, even though I just told the whole world what I'm doing.
Well, I mean, so my wife with her 4th round pick was deciding between Real Muto and Josh Hader. And so, I mean, and she was mid 4. So, I mean, he has been lasting. He's been dropping. People are afraid of that thumb.
Yep. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to definitely take a Chicago White Sox. The fact that Bellinger, that was the other piece I didn't mention, is that Bellinger's eligible at 2 positions, and first base is not one of my favorites this year. So I would put this would be a slam dunk Abreu for me if I didn't have Bellinger on the team. But I'm going to pull the trigger and take Timmy Anderson, give myself another guy that gives me a baseline at every single spot. Once I refresh my screen, we'll watch it happen live on the air. Look at that.
There
All
he
right.
is.
Yeah, I like the 20 stolen bases. I like the 20 home runs. The batting average is there. I'm just building a foundation on the offense right there. I'm kind of in love with.
Yeah. And with that, how strong that offense is going to be, he's going to score a ton of runs too, which I think is like the most underappreciated stat in terms of the offensive side of Roto.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, let's see. Let's move on there. Seymour, what league are you in?
I'm in League 15. I'm afraid I don't know if we're as star-studded as like Saris level. We have. Well, I don't want to call anybody out, but I think we've got Dalton Del Don is in there. Michael,
right, that's star-studded right there.
Studded. Is it Michael Hato from Pitcher List? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, Michael Hato.
Okay. I know those two anyway. I'm trying to think of who else is in it, but yeah, League 15. Okay. So we are in the midst of round 3. I saw you tweeted out earlier, Justin, to hit you up if it looked like somebody's going to time out. We are 3 hours in.
Oh.
And
Don't say the name. Don't say the name.
I won't say the name.
Yeah,
you're going to pull it up anyway, I imagine. So.
Yeah, well, it won't show their name, but go ahead and DM me their name, and I'll send them a message.
I actually already DM'd our group chat, but I can send it to you too.
Yeah, but see, one of the things I did this year was make sure when everybody signed up that they gave me their cell phone number.
Not
Got him.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind. Like, one timeout is fine, right? And maybe they're an early sleeper or something like that. Though they should have checked before they went to bed, since it would have been like 7 o'clock on these, or maybe they're international. So yeah. So yeah, DM me their name and maybe I'll. But what team number are you in this one?
I'm team number 8. It was my first KDS selection, and the team. I'm surprised with what I've got so far. I was not expecting this. I am not a Well, I'm not somebody who has to force a 2 starting pitcher start or anything like that. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad strategy by any means. But as you can see, and you guys let me know if this is happening in your league or what you're seeing across the board. If you look at this, we've got. Maybe I miscounted earlier. Maybe I was wrong. I thought 4 out of 15 teams started pocket aces literally in the first 2 rounds. Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, looking at it again. So in this league, 4 teams went starting pitcher. Is that more than
3? I see 3.
No, it is 4. DeGrom, Darvish, Cole, Giolito, Bieber.
Oh, it is 4. Okay, I didn't see the Bieber.
I was doing the same thing you were. Yeah.
Wow.
So is that more than what you guys have seen?
I couldn't even tell you my league number, and you want me to know what's up my league going on in there? Like, let me look.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I've seen 4 do it in TGFBI yet, but I've seen it in other leagues.
Yeah.
I mean, and here's the thing that I've said, because I mean, this kind of thing happened. I can't remember if it was 4 in the Battle of the Podcast League that I was in, or if it was 3.
Ooh.
But my criticism of that is if you're the guy at 7 and you take DeGrom, right, and you start seeing, well, oh God, he went DeGrom, Darvish. Okay, I would have done that too, but I mean.
It's funny. It's funny you say 7 because my league, the guy picking 7 also took DeGrom. So it just seems like a good spot for him.
I love DeGrom at 7.
Yeah.
I consider DeGrom if I had the first overall pick because I think he's going to be a monster. And
I mean, I took Cole at 3, or I should say we in the tag team event. Me and Zach took Cole at 3. So we subscribed to that first overall pitcher idea. But
yeah. So in my league, only 2 teams went pocket aces.
We got 3.
And we've got some other people saying that 2 or 3. I mean, here's my thing. If so many people are going to push starting pitching that quickly, it's hard for then you to differentiate yourself from everybody else, right? Because the idea, if you're going to go pocket aces, is that you're going to dominate pitching. Well, if there's so many other people going pocket aces, you may still dominate pitching, but it becomes much more difficult to do that. And so, like, I don't love – I mean, like I said, Team 7, they were given a gift in Darvish. I mean, he's been routinely going at the end of the first round, and it fell back to him. But at the same time, for me, it's like, why did the guy who took Trout 5 then go Scherzer Kershaw when – Scherzer Kershaw, that's great, but they're not going to compete with DeGrom Darvish or Cole Giolito or even Bieber Bauer, So that's when I start going, okay, I'd much rather just go 3 hitters like you did than even dip my toes into the pitching market and just hope that I'm able to nail some pitching later.
See, yeah, this is like, and I'm not like an extreme strategy type guy or anything like that, but I'm like in full blown zig mode right now because this just, each time it's come to me, there's been 1 or 2 pitchers where I'm like, I kind of like this guy here, but nowhere near to the level of the hitter so far. So it's just been like, do I force a pitcher that I like and don't love right here, or wait until I feel what looks to be a value to me in the following round? And I mean, Jose Ramirez in the first round, I mean, he's one of my favorite hitters in the first round. To get speed from third base, I think is like it is a scarce commodity. I mean, you're not going to see that from third base through much of the draft. I mean, Brian Hayes, there's not really a lot of guys. I'm not a Bo Bichette guy or anything, or like a Bo Bichette truther, but it was just one of those things where we got to the second round. I wasn't in love with any of the pitchers. The guy produces across the board. I love that there. And same with Albies. I wasn't even necessarily like a huge Albies guy, but it came to there, and I'm like, I'm getting like 5 category production from my first 3 hitters here. I don't want to force a pitcher, and you guys can see me with all these pocket aces and stuff like that. Some pitcher values are going to be hitting here at some point. So I'm not going to wait too much longer. I ideally want to get a guy in the next round. But yeah, I just felt like I like you said, Justin, I don't want to start just like playing the copycat game and I'm just getting 2 mediocre starting pitchers. I'd rather, frankly, my favorite I know you guys talked to Grom Darvish. Bieber Bauer by far is my favorite of these pocket aces starters. I am a Bieber guy. I think Bieber and Bauer bring some of the highest floors of maybe the 2 highest floors of any starting pitchers, in my opinion. Looking at innings and command and stuff like that. I do think I'm not afraid of Bauer going over a 4 ERA ever again. I think there's obviously a change he made last year that was a very tangible, if you will, quite literally change with something on the ball, I assume. So yeah, I think him going to Dodger Stadium and stuff like that. I think the floor that Bieber and Bauer provide is phenomenal, but I don't know those players in this league. So I'm surprised with my start. I'm content with it, I guess, but I didn't think it was going to happen. I just didn't think pitching would be this crazy, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens in NFBC. So, I mean, if any of you have ever played NFBC or thought about playing NFBC, you have to kind of, you have to kind of expect the pitching is going to be pushed up. Especially the closer and closer, it's going to get even worse. Like if people are in main events, like Mike, do you do main events, Mike?
I did one with Fish last year, and man, I'll tell you, it was a whole different monster. Like this year, pitching was pushed up. Last year, pitching was pushed up. Main events, pitching is like ridiculous. Like you think, oh, I don't want to reach for this guy in the third round. Well, guess what? You're not reaching. ADP is like, and when you look at the next pitcher off the board, holy crap, Lance Lynn is a third rounder type of thing. It's absurd how crazy. I wish I was exaggerating, but I think it wouldn't shock me if Lance Lynn is a third round pick in a main event this year. Just the way pitching gets pushed up in those formats.
There's a couple people in the chat right there saying they got some love for the DeGrom Darvish. I do like that start. Like, I mean, I'm not a pocket aces guy, but man, if that's the way the board fell to me, I would be going DeGrom. I mean, I would be pulling the trigger real quick. So, all right, Mike, did you ever figure out what league number you're in?
Yeah, there's a DM. There's a DM group I'm in with. Actually, it actually says TGFBI League 23. So found it.
All right. 20.
What pick do you have, Mike? What pick were you?
6. I actually got my first KDS pick.
Oh, you did too?
Well.
Okay. Not
and
bad.
6 is what I wanted because my logic behind it is that you're guaranteed one of those big aces or a great bat to fall. And
that's why I like 8. That was my first pick, and that's what I got.
The thing about 8 is I wasn't sure what to expect with pitchers coming off the board. And I maybe, again, that's my bias towards the high stakes format is that I know there's a chance at 8 you won't get any of the 3 aces. Honestly, it's crazy. In our league, you mentioned Bieber is one of your top guys. He was the first pitcher off the board. Cole was the third. Mm-hmm. And this is like, but those 3 in the top 9 is very common. I had the choice between Cole or Trey Turner, and like you, I went with Trey Turner. Yes, and for those who are watching, I am team 6, and I think I wanted to change it up, and a lot of it is, I'm like, you know what? I'm almost positive. I'm seeing other draft boards. I'm reading Twitter quietly for once, just kind of seeing what other people are doing. I'm realizing pitching is kind of falling in comparison to high stakes. So I altered my approach. Like I mentioned, me and Zach took Cole at 3, so I'm a pitcher in the first round guy. But I'm like, I want to get some Turner. I want to get some speed. I want to get shortstop out of the way. And people think, oh, shortstop's the deepest position. Not in 15 teams when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 already off the board.
There's a drop off there, yeah. And it goes fast.
Yeah, so shortstop isn't as deep as you think because although it's top heavy in talent, it's also heavily rostered right away. You have one team with 2 of them already, type of thing, So I was happy to get my shortstop and speed checked off right there. I'm like, I know I'm going to get a good pitcher. I'm a big Woodruff guy. Woodruff would have fell back to me in the second. Castillo fell to me after a great run of hitting. I was like, oh man, thank you for the gift. I view Castillo. I have him up there with like Nola and Darvish personally in my ranks. So when I saw Castillo fall, it was an instant take for me. And then the third round, this left me open. I wasn't sure if Gallen or Flaherty fell. I was happy to take one of them. I was eyeing Tucker, who just got taken, Kyle Tucker, because I was like, so when my pick came up and Gallen and Tucker were there, I was like, oh. And I just decided, I'm like, I have speed, not necessarily wrapped up, but I have a good base for it. I know pitching will fall off sooner than later. There's a lot of teams like there's one team with 3 aces. There's one team with no pitching. There's a couple team with very minimal pitching. A couple team right here, team 11, 12, no pitchers yet. I assume and 10. Sorry. So I'm assuming there's gonna be a pitcher run coming up here in the next 2 rounds. So because of that, I decided to go ahead and just get Gallen. I look at Gallen as a tier break off. Personally, Gallen's kind of the end of that like ace upside tier. I wouldn't call him an ace, but he's close enough. He's with Flaherty and Scherzer for me, like in that area. So I was like, let me just scoop up Gallen and again go from there. I like sitting here at 6 because I'm realizing I'm not really forced to take anything. Things are falling to me and I'm having choices to make, and that's kind of fun. It's fun not to be on end for once. I get to kind of just take what the draft board gives me, and I think that's what I've done so far. And I think I got closest thing you can get the pocket aces while getting a first round pick. So I really like how this team has turned out so far.
I do too. I mean,
so far, I'm going to screw it up somehow, but so far, so good.
We'll do my team next, but it's shaping up very similarly from the 8th spot. I like it. You got. I love Castillo. I would have taken him if he had fallen to me in the second round. He did not. And I like Gallen. I know some people are like, well, Gallen's not like an ace, but he feels super safe. Like, and so you're pairing him with, another ace in Castillo. Yeah, I want to talk about what this Team 3 team is doing.
I love it. I love it.
Bieber, Kershaw, Flaherty.
I do. I love it because the hitter values this year. Wait until another week into spring training. You're going to see guys like Meadows be a 5th-round pick. You're going to see Makata, a healthy Makata, come around. He's going to be a 4th and 5th-round pick. You're going to see these guys that I'm assuming he's targeting because if you're going pitching heavy, you're ending up with the hitter values. And by hitter values, I'm talking about the guys falling like the Meadows, like the Mankatas, that won't be falling if they perform well in spring training. You want to talk about small sample alert? Meadows, 4 plate appearances, no strikeouts, 1 home run, and 2 walks. And
I love Austin.
Here's the thing. I'm like, small sample. It doesn't begin to suggest how small that is. But what is encouraging is the plate approach. No strikeouts, walking. Mm-hmm. He's being patient. Now, he's not seeing the best pitching. The Braves haven't exactly trotted out aces, but it's still encouraging to see that maybe it's one of those, okay, he has my attention. Let's see what happens over the next week. He's leading off both games so far against a lefty and a righty. The Rays are letting him get his reps in. He's coming off COVID, off of an oblique.
Who is the home run off of?
I don't know. Kyle Wright, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe that's if he's lucky. I don't know. My point is, though, I'm not even looking at the production as much as I'm looking at the plate approach, the plate discipline. Sure. I want to see him not strike out as much. I want to see him make more contact. And so far, again, we're talking beyond small sample, but he's trending that direction. And all I want to look at is I want to see that, and I want to see it continue. And that's why a guy like Meadows, I'm not going to lie, I'm targeting him. Oh, man, the personality just showed up.
Oh.
I love him. Wait, go VA. Oh, man.
Hey, it's me. I'm just fucking around. Yeah, so. Hello, everyone.
How you doing, brother?
I'm good. I saw Brian on here. I thought I had to jump on for a minute.
Man.
Oh, Brian, thanks.
Come on. No offense. You're old news. Hey. I mean, been there, done that. All you guys have been there, done that. But I'm never on with Brian.
VA. Listen.
I don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
There it is. The soundboard is in action.
I just want to make sure you understand I'm kind of a big deal.
Clearly. Well done, sir.
The house is full now. You got 6 people. Go via. What league number are you in?
We are in number 10, lucky 10, and I have the 15th pick, as I always do. I'm always on the turn. That's just, once I got on the turn in the preseason, I just kind of stuck with it because I like to stick with what I know and what I've seen because I've done about 8 or 9 drafts already.
All right, I'm sharing your league. There you go. All right, so you've started off Giolito, Freeman, Marte, Merrifield. Talk about that.
Well, Giolito was an easy call for me. He's tied with Buehler for me as like the 4-5 SP, so I was happy to get Giolito in that situation. Freeman, I actually kind of wrestled over, but not because he's not good. He's clearly very valuable, and he's very reliable. I think that's why I took him in the end. The stability with him, if he could win an MVP when he had COVID, then I'm pretty confident that he's going to provide a decent season in 2021 with that killer lineup. So I'm like, okay, I got a guy I can rely on. And I wasn't trying to do hitter, pitcher, or 2 pitchers. There was no plan like that. I just want to get the best player on the board, in my opinion, at that time. And that's what I thought. I actually kind of thought about Bryce Harper because I really kind of like him this year. If it was an OBP league, I probably would have took Harper, but it's not. So I stuck with Freeman there. And after that, Starling Marte is an easy call because I have him in almost every league I've drafted this year, especially on the turn. At 15, in a 15-team league, you're going to find Starling Marte right around that 45th pick or so, and I was lucky enough that he was just hung around. So I feel he's a great deal. He's kind of undervalued, especially for Roto. He can provide you everything. I mean, he's not going to give you 30 home runs, but he can still give you 20-plus power. And then the only big issue I had was Whit Merrifield, deciding, hey, should I really go for Whit because I have no shares, have no interest in him all year. But this is a lesson, I think, for myself and anybody who's listening or watching, that you sometimes you got to take the guy because it's best for your fit. I wasn't sure how my team was going to unfold, but after the 3 picks I had, I looked at what was on the board and I decided to say, I'm going to go with Whit Merrifield here, even though I'm not a fan and I'm not really interested in him. I just looked at second base and I looked how it would play out when it came back to me in another 29 picks, and I pulled the cord with old Whit Merrifield.
I love the start, honestly. I haven't been a big fan of taking Freeman early because you miss out on that speed, but you addressed it in full force in that 3-4 turn. So, and I love Giolito. I think he could take it up even another level. So, yeah, I super love that team in spite of the fact I hate drafting in that 15 spot.
You hate it?
I dislike being on the ends. I like being in the middle. I feel like I have better control of the draft.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm with
that's
you on
interesting.
that.
You don't have to force picks. You don't have to try to anticipate runs. And I think that happened to me and Zach in the tag team thing is we thought catchers were coming off. We're like, all right, 2-catcher league, people might be a little aggressive. We grabbed our catcher. I told him we could wait. He ended up thinking we shouldn't have. Next thing you know, we could have waited. The catcher run never happened. But had we sat in the middle, that decision would have been made for us, and we could have kind of been either fell on the back end of who we liked at catcher type of thing in 2-catcher leagues or not. So that's why I agree with Justin. I love the middle. I think you get to play the runs better. You have ultimately a lot more control of the board and what you do versus the ends.
It's interesting. So this draft only has one team with pocket aces, but still a crap ton of pitching went before the end of the second round because it looks like only two teams did not take a pitcher in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's why I didn't take a pitcher at round 4 there. When I went with Merrifield, I'm like, all right, what I'm going to get here now, I think I could still get later. And maybe I'm giving away my strategy now. But, hey, that's how it goes. You come on live, you want to talk publicly, as Matt Williams chastised me earlier and said, you got to call your shots and still kick ass. So, League 10, we got our hands full. Chris Towers, Dave Swan, a lot of elite players in this league. I'm definitely going to be having my hands full, but I'm excited. I love this. I'm so glad you're doing this, and I love being a part of TGFBI with 1 year of experience under my belt. It really does make a big difference. I feel a lot more confident this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole when you're brand new, especially brand new to NFBC, it's a whole different ball game. Like having spent time last night with Danielle just before we went to bed, like teaching her how to use like the draft software on NFBC. So because it's foreign to people, especially like she's only played fantasy on Yahoo and RT Sports, and it's only been for football. And so like showing her like things like this draft board or the roster grid, is kind of a different animal than other places. So, Dave, what league are you in?
Well, first of all, how did Danielle's first day go?
Oh, Danielle is absolutely killing it. Here, we'll bring up her team.
Yeah,
she'll be on at some point. I told her I would keep this going until she has a chance to jump on.
She took Cole number 1, right? That was her first.
She did.
Pick. I do know that.
She went Cole 1. All right. So
I want to go Bieber to be a believer. I saw that.
She's drafting out of the 7 spot. She forgot or she didn't set her KDS. We didn't realize. I don't think anybody realized. Like
classic.
They put everybody in a league and then KDS ran. Like we were asleep.
Yeah,
I had already set mine.
I kind of had it set. I wasn't like positive on it. It wasn't 1 through 15 at least, so that was good.
Yeah, so she ended up with 7, which I think was probably a perfect spot for her anyway.
I love the middle. I love the middle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see right here. So she is. She's 7.
Yeah.
She started off Cole Machado.
I like it a lot.
Then grabbed Merrifield. She really agonized over, and I'm sure she'll talk about. She agonized over Hader versus Real Muto.
Yeah, that's a tough call.
She ended up going Hader. I think
I might go Hendricks over Hader just because of the stuff with Hader.
I would too, but what I'm telling her is, listen, I will like answer like, because the things she's been asking me, like, is this crazy or is this stupid? And like, and so like I'll break things down for her, but I'm not going to tell her who to pick. Right?
No, you got.
I don't want her to influence her. So like I gave her like the pitches for both Hader and Real Muto. She reached out to a bunch of people in the industry and got their pitches, and ultimately went with what she originally wanted to do in the first place, which was take Hader.
It's really good though because she's really set up well because she's balanced everywhere. She's got her ace. Mm-hmm. She's got her speed. She's got. Even Machado will give you some steals. Grisham gives you steals. Obviously Witt. She's got great positional flexibility between second, third, and outfield there. I love it.
Yeah. I never heard Dave be nice to anybody. Like, hi, Dave. I love you, buddy. I'm only here knowing you were coming, buddy. Yeah. Thanks. You know what? Right back to you, buddy.
Coming.
Right back to you, buddy.
Oh man.
And that's why I didn't vote for you today. I mean, yeah, I voted for you for sure.
Oh man.
Somehow it looks
Cool.
like you might win anyways. I was kind of shocked.
I voted for you guys, and
I
I didn't even try to like beat Simeone today. I was all like, you know, I was like,
Simeon has his own little cult going these days, man.
Oh,
yeah, dude.
You might not realize it, but
I took receipts of the people who were betting against me, though.
Hey. All right. I voted for Sleeper in the Bus. All right. You've got other pods.
Yeah. The rich get richer, so yeah, shut up. Shut your mouth.
I haven't even checked. I'm assuming Sleeper in the Bus is winning.
Oh my
Yes.
God, yeah, by a lot.
Okay.
It's 56-43 right now.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's closer than I expected.
That's pretty close.
Is it still going?
Yeah, we got till midnight, so hour and a half left.
All right,
Midnight Eastern time.
I'm promoting against it. Hold on.
All right, go ahead. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna push my pods out there too much and stuff like that. I think it's better for the pods that are lesser known to go far. I want to see like a not top 3 seed win.
I think we might get it because we're seeing a lot of like the little man giving it to the big man type of deal vibe in this year's.
I don't know. Rates and Barrels is absolutely
Matt knew that though. Matt knew the score coming into this.
No, I know, and that's the thing. Like, if we win today, we're gonna get raped by them next round. So I mean, it's just
You will. You definitely will. I know. I love you guys, but you're going down.
Hey, are you guys not surprised by that at all? That turn 2, I thought turn 2 would put up a better fight. Actually,
I know. I voted for turn 2 on all the burner accounts that I created to vote for Zach.
Like 15 burner accounts.
I created 4 burners to vote for Zach.
You were like the 17% he got. Good job.
Yeah, as Matt likes to say though, you know, the haters come out sometimes, and I think this is not a fair score necessarily. I
think Matt's been consistent, and
because
everyone has haters.
You said, does Matt have haters? Yeah, that's funny.
Everyone does.
Yeah. The more people that know who you are, the more haters you're gonna have.
Yeah, Justin's talking about that all the time.
Yeah,
right?
go look at the reviews for Sleeper in the Bus and see how many people hate me.
Oh my gosh.
The biggest criticism is I'm not Eno, which is fair because I am not Eno. I do not have hair.
Yeah,
I do not.
None of us are Eno. That's
no one's Eno. So I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, so, I've heard you say you want to take yourself down a peg or two if you're feeling kind of like shit. That you'll go read the Fangraph comments or shit like that. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the more followers you get, the more listeners you get, the more people that are just going to shit on you because people like to shit on you. Joining us right now as well is Chad Young. Chad, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for bringing me on.
Of course.
What's up, Chad?
By the way, I think I'm League 3, by the way. I know you asked me before. I'm not sure exactly. I think it's 3.
3? Okay. Let's
see. I wasn't the only one that didn't know. I look like a real ass when he's like, I'm the first.
It's always when you don't know what league
Here's the
you're
thing.
in.
I was the first person he asked. And I'm like, dude, really? So then it took me a minute to figure out. I'm like, oh, I have a DM chat from League 23. I'm like, my bad.
I mean, I know my NFBC number is 669.
Well,
nice.
Very nice.
Okay, wait. 669? Because League 3 is 659.
Okay, then maybe
League
2.
Okay. What team number are you?
7.
Okay. Did you start Turner, Bichette, Marte?
No.
Okay.
That is not a Dave start.
Then it is not 669.
I mean, I started with Turner, but not Bichette. Why would I follow Turner with Bichette?
Wait. You and I both have Turner, buddy? That's awesome.
Did you start Turner, Machado, Maeda?
That is me.
Okay, so all right, you are League 3. So here we go.
Mike, I said that I would take Turner 1 overall probably. So
I'm with you with the Turner as a top 3 pick for sure. Like easily top 3. I don't say anything wrong with that. That's why I got him at 6. I was happy. I got my KDS pick was 6, and I took Turner at 6 for sure. Like it was between Turner and Cole, and I was like, I already have Cole in the league. I wanted to change things up. I have no Turner yet, so that's why. But I'm with you on Turner. But go ahead.
So this, Dave, this looks awfully similar to my Battle of the Podcast start. So you know I like it. But go ahead and talk about your team of Turner, Machado, and Maeda.
Yeah, I mean, it was down between Turner and Bieber, who somehow fell all the way to 14. Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
I was very jealous of that, but I really kind of thought that, not knowing how TGFBI would go, I thought maybe starting pitching might fall a little bit compared to most NFBC leagues. Like, I thought maybe a Bauer, Nola, Giolito, there's an outside chance that they'd fall to me back in the second. It didn't happen. I was thinking about Woodruff or Machado, and then I read the reports on Woodruff's back, and I'm sure he'll be more or less okay, but
yeah, let's not freak out here. Yeah. Oh, I'm not drafting Xander Bogaerts. I'm not drafting Woodruff. I mean, let's slow the fuck down. I think that's a little.
Bogaerts legitimately a little more concerning because
I'm worried about Bogaerts.
He's not even throwing.
Even MRI. That's legit, man. That's not
like
good.
Bogaerts, like Woodruff, I'm not concerned about. It was a scratch. It was a scratch start because of a somewhat sore back or something. They said.
Well,
but Bogaerts has he can't throw, and they're talking about opening day is not in question yet. But the way they phrased it was the fact that they're looking at opening day as a possible miss. I'm good. Like, and I love Bogaerts. I was gonna take him in the second round of our tag team event.
He was a huge target for all of us in our group, and it's a huge bummer because we're all.
Dave, I don't take MRAs lightly. I've been inside an MRI machine myself. It's a fucking disaster of experience. So I get it. It's obviously the real deal, but let's slow our roll. We don't know anything yet.
They don't do precautionary MRIs. That's something's wrong that they're not expecting. So
I thought that the quote from the team was something like "everything's there that's supposed to be there" or something.
Yeah. Like that. Very weird, very very vague.
I don't know what to go on.
We said some bones and some muscles, and that's what we expected to see.
But
so we're good.
The thing is, Govier, the thing about Bogaerts is that not that necessarily I'm so down on him, but guys like Seager, Anderson, guys that were behind him for me are now jumping him. So that's why when I'm saying Bogaerts falls, he's falling behind people I value similar enough to where now there's not as many question marks. That's all it is.
Well, they're not pitch. Okay, so Woodruff's the back, and it's not an elbow or shoulder, so I'm cool with that. And I
Kershaw
understand.
always has a back though.
Yes, he does. He does.
He's
younger though.
A lot of time in the past with stuff like this, so it kind of concerns me a little bit.
Severino last year, he ended up getting Tommy John, and there was a lot of preseason talk. So I don't dismiss early season, like preseason spring training concerns and injuries. I just want to be a little more cautious and not ruin the chance to get a guy that I like a lot just because he might have an MRI, which are easy to do. Yes, they wouldn't do it if they didn't have to, but MRIs are freely available to these people. They're like candy. It's part of the routine there.
For me, it becomes like a tiebreaker situation. So, for instance, like, I started off with, I started off Turner, and then I took Nola in the second round. So I got a little bit before my third round pick because my draft is moving a little bit slower than the rest of them. But like I was considering Bogaerts, even though I have Turner. But now that I've got Turner and we have the MRI situation, it's very, very likely I'm just going to skip unless it takes 2 days to get to me at our current pace and we get some good news. I may just pass on it. I already got my shortstop. And the nice thing about Bogaerts is his safety, right? He's super safe. Well, maybe he's not quite as safe right now. So, I'll skip on Bogaerts this time and just kind of, be cautious.
Okay, that's fair. I just want to say if there was a different example and it was a position that wasn't as high end and full of like elite guys, like you said at shortstop, then I think I would still take a chance on a guy. If it was someone at like second base, I would definitely probably take the chance.
I think this early in the draft, it feels risky to take that chance. You can hurt yourself more than you can help yourself. Like it's not like this is a 10th round pick where he's bringing you upside where he might perform like a 4th or 5th round guy and suddenly change your entire season. Instead, you're talking about an early pick where if it is something serious, the downside is just so big. And so as a tiebreaker to drop him a few picks and take someone else ahead of him, I think I'd be cautious until we see him throw a baseball, swing a bat, do some of the basics.
Yeah, you're right. It's true.
I've heard this story before. People always want to take the let's not overreact approach, but I've seen these things where they proclaim it as like just a precautionary thing, no big deal, and then it ends up the guy misses the whole season. So I'm just going to play it safe, and I'll take my chances, my shots otherwise, because It's not gonna. I'm not gonna win the league with Bogart. I love him. Like he's one of my big targets, so it sucks. But I can't just do what I want to do because I just can't ignore it. I have to look at the information objectively.
Yes, I agree with that. For the record, yes, we don't have another alternative to compare this to at the moment, so I'm with you guys. It makes total sense. I'd take Tim Anderson easily and be very happy with that.
Chad, what league number are you in?
Number 1.
Oh, so you were one of the slow ones this morning.
We're still slow. I don't think we're out of the second round yet.
Oh yeah, you're even slower than us. What pick number are you?
11. So I've made a couple picks, but that's it.
Honestly, I think things are moving faster this year than last year, though. I remember last year, if I remember correctly, I feel like there was teams like not even getting out of the first round day one or something.
Wow.
Yeah,
Still in the second round.
Yeah, my league's still in the second round too. We're a little bit ahead of yours. We're on the turn right now in that second round, and unless
you're just flying along compared to us.
Yeah, unless Carmen, who's the guy who's on the clock, is picked. He is not. Get on your Roto Fanatic buddy, Michael.
And Carmerano, he's up.
Co-owner. Text your co-owner, man.
Nah, he said it was going to be a couple hours. He's got something going on, so
yeah. And he's going to be a father soon. The party's
a true degenerate goes to the bathroom or something, man.
Yeah, I'm not a clock shamer. I just people there's a reason there are 4-hour clocks for this, because we've got international people, we got people who work overnights, we got and all the leagues are going to finish, right? There's no advantage to finishing first. If anything, there's a disadvantage because we're going to have more information.
Stop it! I don't want to hear your excuses.
It's absolutely true.
It is true.
Talk to the guys who drafted Brandon Woodruff, at the beginning of
and
the second round, or Bogarts today, and then the news came out after. I think my buddy Bruce Cagle of Friends Fantasy Benefits, literally drafted Woodruff, and then the news broke. And so it's at least I think it was Bruce.
At least it's not a bad injury. So
yeah. Well, I said that last night though. Yeah. Use your clock. Enjoy yourself. Take your time. Don't be pressured. Don't be pushed by these assholes. But at the same time, there's nothing wrong with dropping blah blah blahs on the clock. Nothing wrong with dropping that in the old chat.
Yeah. We've had a very civil group chat, and no one's been rude or anything. Some people have taken longer, but most people are like, "Hey, I'm going to bed." We have one guy that's not from here, so yeah, we have a whole bunch of that going on.
Chad, what team number are you again?
So I'm picking 11. So I started off with Jose Ramirez and Cody Bellinger, which the last league you had up here, I think they went 9 and 10 or 10 and 11 or something. I started this off. I was looking at who was going to be there at 11. I thought I was going to be deciding between Yelich and Story, and it never really occurred to me that Ramirez might be there. I thought maybe Bieber would fall, and Ramirez got there. I was like, all right, seems good. I had him much higher than this. I'll take him. And then was looking ahead to the next round. It was it'd be great if I could get Lindor or Bellinger, but there's no way those guys are getting to me. And then I'm sitting there, and it's coming back towards me, and Lindor was still out there, Machado's still out there, Bellinger was still out there. So I'm going to get someone really good here. I'm going to be really happy with this. And the downside here is I've got no pitching. I tend to be someone who sits on pitching for a while anyways, and so maybe that's okay. But yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, right now I'm really happy with the offense so far, and we just got to figure out where the pitching is going to come from.
It'll be interesting too, because 3 teams go pocket aces in the first 2 rounds, and the top 5 all are hitters. So none of them obviously can be pocket aces, but we could see a big run here on pitching with these top 5 picks. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what makes it back to you. I mean, as long as Bellinger's shoulder is okay, I don't know. I mean, to be quite honest, I haven't been able to watch any spring training so far because I was doing, Potapalooza yesterday. And today I've been dealing with, TGFBI and stuff and making sure everything's running smoothly and all that. So I'm assuming Bellinger hasn't played.
No, I actually don't know.
I don't know either. Yeah.
I don't believe he has.
All the reports on his shoulder have been that he's going to be ready.
If there was only a tool out there that someone's monitoring spring training lineups that you guys can check out. No, Bellinger hasn't played. At least he hasn't started. And I think he's still fighting the clock in terms of being ready for opening day, isn't he?
Yeah, it's they're saying they think he can be, but yeah, we don't know for sure. You're right.
And he's set back and all that. That's what scares me about him. And you have to swing a bat, He's taking longer swings, I thought.
You know what I love is I just typed Cody Bellinger's name into the search bar of Twitter just to see what news. And the top 10 things that popped up are people drafting him in TGFBI.
That is awesome. That is pretty awesome.
So that to me, and it's sorted by top, not by latest. So I love seeing that kind of thing. So let's see if there's any news on.
I think we're beyond the one-handed swing. At least I think he's swinging with both hands now and both arms. So
is that confirmed? I'm half joking, half serious. I haven't seen the news.
I feel confident that was the case, but I don't have the tweet to support it at this time. So,
but if you
challenging me on evidence.
Well, I'm asking because I haven't seen anything, but again, the last 3 days in news has been crazy littered, so it's been hard to find that type of news right now.
That's true.
According to so February 24th, Fantasy Baseball Injury Guru at MLB Injury Guru. So I consider him a good source. Bellinger's expected to appear in spring training games in mid-March and expects to be ready for opening day. That's according to morning radio in LA. So we'll see how that goes, but it looks like he's trending that way.
If morning radio in LA says it, I think that's got to be right? I mean, that's more than a morning radio DJ.
That's it, yeah, right. But usually it's when it's morning radio. Usually they take their sports really serious. It's not like a little blurb in FM radio. AM radio typically talks sports. It's LA sports radio too.
Okay.
I don't know. This is the first. That's literally the first thing I found on Twitter as well. So
makes me feel a little better because I was I'm in the middle of doing an auction right now and was like, can I auction and talk to you guys and look up news on Cody Bellinger to make sure I didn't screw up that pick?
You're an absolute monster. You are just a monster, Chad. Chad, remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then plug what you do.
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at Chad Young. It's right there in my name at the bottom of the screen. I write for both Rotographs and Pitcher List. I've also got a couple podcasts. You can catch me on Keeper Cut from the Pitcher List Podcast Network. We talk keeper leagues, and then the Autobot podcast, which is focused on auto new leagues, which is really sort of my specialty.
Ooh, cool.
And yeah, I mean, Chad's like the guy I send everybody to when people ask me auto new questions.
That's good. All right.
I tried auto new. It was fun, but I had no fucking clue what I was doing.
I don't even know what auto new is.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've heard of it. I've heard good things about it, but I've never played it or done anything around it.
You should check it out. It's the concept of it was built to be more reflective of what a real GM is going through. So you got 40-man rosters, a $400 salary cap. Player salaries go up every year. You can keep everyone. You can keep no one. You can do whatever makes sense based on your budget. There's an arbitration process so that underpaid players get an increase in their salary.
Wow.
There's trading going on basically year round.
The arbitration process is so cool. It really is because everybody, and you can correct me when I butcher this. So everybody gets a certain amount of dollars that they can throw on other people's players.
That's right. Yeah.
So, and I can't remember.
You get $25. You can put up to $3 on any other team, and you can put that on one player, two players, three different players, whatever you want. So it gives you a chance to go in and just
$6 Soto. 6 people could throw $3 on Soto, and just make him much more expensive. So it was really cool. Wow. And I really liked the concept. For me, the hard part was I play on so many different platforms already, and this one is so much different. It was just too hard for me to kind of keep everything together.
That's what I was going to ask is, Chad, is it difficult to add O'Neill to the kind of overall profile if you're doing a bunch of other leagues that have transactions and fab?
I think, it's different, right? So you're not dealing with weekly fab. The way guys get added in season is through these 48-hour auctions where anybody can nominate any player at any time, and you've got 48 hours to get your bid in, basically.
That's cool.
I don't know. I do a couple, I do that, and I do a lot of auto new, and I do a bunch of other things. It can be more complicated. There's definitely a lot more going on there. But I don't find it to be that difficult, but I also don't do, I'm guessing my non-auto new playing is not nearly as extensive as Justin's. And so
okay,
that's the difference.
the hard part for me was like, I've got, 20 NFBC leagues and then, 5 or 6 other format leagues and then 1 Ottoneu league. And it's like, the draft was great. Love the draft process. Really, really fun. And then I completely kind of forgot about it. Ottoneu is one of those leagues where the people who win are the people who are doing the most work. Like, and it does take work. And so I felt like I had a pretty good team. I think I was in the Fangraphs staff league for a season. And then I was like May came around. I was like, oh crap, I haven't checked my lineup the first month of the season. And I go and look and I'm like, yeah, I can't win now. So it's like, I was like, the next season, I was like, hey guys, I really appreciate you having me, letting me play. I'm really sorry. I'm an asshole, and someone else take this team. It's not in bad shape, but I just don't have the time or desire to pick up another format like that.
Just want to say hi to Rob. Saw you join here, and
hey, Robbie.
Also, Gabe Hinkelman is trolling me on DMs. That's Lindy's son. So give him a shout out too.
Hey, Dave, remind people where you can reach on social media and then plug what you do.
That would be at RunDMcD. Add that D. And you can find me at Rotosaurus High Stakes Heat podcast as well. And I'm also in the SP Streamer Draft Guide along with my friend Mike Kurland here.
Oh.
And then Michael, remind everybody where you can reach and what you do.
All right. Yeah. You can find me on Twitter.
No, not you. You've already done that. I'm talking about Govier.
I'm a sucker for shameless plugs, by the way.
I know.
You sure are.
That's why Justin likes
sexy
me so
bastard.
much.
I know.
Yeah, I'm Michael Govier. If you don't know me, today we had Jeff Erickson on the It's Enrico Palazzo Fantasy Baseball podcast, and that will be out momentarily. In fact,
no 2 L's, 2 Z's. We all wait for
2
it.
L's, 2 Z's.
Utah. Give me 2.
Yes, 2 L's, 2 Z's on Twitter, Palazzo Podcast, PalazzoPodcast, ProtonMail.com. We do all that stuff. And you can find me and Deary in the TGFBI and follow along with our picks all week long.
And in Glarf. We're in Glarf together as well.
Oh, yeah. Dude, Glarf is underway today. We have started our Great Lakes.
Started today with me and Govier. Yeah.
Derek Rhodes, Derek Van Riper, Sarah Sanchez, a big crew of people, and his partner Jake as well.
Yeah. By the way, Govier, I meant to talk to you about, are you going on RotoBrits soon, I heard a rumor?
Yeah, Thursday. I'll be on my first international broadcast.
Yeah, man, that's great. That was the highlight of Potapalooza for me, was listening to those guys. I thought they were really entertaining. I mean, all 4 of them, but like Ryan and Pete, who have the RotoBrits podcast that I started listening to recently, and to see them on the live stream was really awesome. And they said that they had Matt Williams on like a week ago, and then they're having Govier on soon, and then they asked me to come on after that. So I'm really looking forward to that a lot.
I think Ryan has done really well in TGFBI.
Yeah, he kind of made that point to me. He was like, just so you know, we actually kind of know what we're talking about. Like I've done pretty well in TGFBI, like 20 something overall or something.
Yeah, 29th overall in the historical standings.
Yeah, that's great.
So he's kind of a wild and crazy dude. I really like him. Yeah. But he also does know what he's talking about too, which is always great. Rob's joining us, baby. Remind everybody where you can be reached on social media and plug what you do.
I'm at Deadpool Hitter on Twitter. Got the Pull Hitter podcast. Yeah. Man, enjoying this whole beautiful event into, from what seemed like never stopped as a drafting season for all of us. But it's just great. This is like everything's picking up, and it's awesome. It's cool, man. I'm it's just trying to look around and see everyone's boards, and it's pretty cool to see like how I feel like in a lot of leagues pitching, didn't get pushed up as much as normal, but then in some league they did. So it's cool to see the whole flux of it.
It's all over the place. And if you guys aren't following Smada's doc, that thing is amazing. I love that he does that every year. It's really, really cool.
Feed right now.
Yeah. So it's live updated of the ADP, and then also projected standings based off, I think, steamer depth charts. So it's really cool. My guys at Friends of Fantasy Benefits help kind of update it so that way the picks are kind of in there pretty quickly after everybody picks. Rob, what league are you in?
I'm in League 14 with Matt Williams, Jason Collette.
How did day one go, Rob? I mean, he's going to have you go through it anyways, but did you feel good about it?
It's okay. I picked from a spot that I haven't been in a lot in this drafting season. It's like in the middle.
So you didn't pick from 13, which is all I've seen you pick from.
Yeah, I feel like every time I see Rob's board or anything of his like back end or something like that, it's like
I didn't do 13, and I didn't get like 1 or 2, but I still got the guy that I would have took at 1 or 2, so I'm good. I got DeGrom, and then on the way back I went Scherzer, and in third round I got Corey Seager, which is my first Corey Seager of the year, and on the way back I took JT Realmuto at 55.
You guys are flying, man. You guys are
Oh man, the first 2 rounds was amazing. I couldn't believe it. Cheers to the whole league because everyone was raring to go, and I was like, wow, this is gonna be like this. So, but it was great. Amazing because I'm in a cut line league right now and it's going so slow. And this one went really fast the first 2 or 3 rounds. So yeah.
We just finished the second round.
Wow.
And the guy who is on the turn made his pick and is no longer made his second round pick and then has apparently left the draft room.
Oh no.
Round pick.
Got him.
And this is Carmen, who's
just resetting that clock and getting 4 more hours.
Wait, did you say he's on the turn and he left after 1 pick?
Yeah, he left after 1. After 3 hours on the clock for
That's
that
fantastic.
1 pick.
Oh my goodness, I love it.
And like I really he came on Potapalooza. I really enjoyed having him on. He's a really smart dude. But man, that is a troll right there. That feels that hurts me right now, like seeing that. It's one
ahead of us because we still have 2 picks left in that second round. It's still crawling along.
The hard part is my wife keeps coming up and she goes, "Oh, my 5th pick is I'm going over it." I'm like, she made 3 picks before I made my first pick today.
That's really wild.
Just so and I think I'll double check real quick, but I'm pretty sure like she's closer to her 6th pick than I am to my 3rd. And
by the way, Justin, you streamed all fucking weekend, and now here you are. You got another hour in the bag, dude. You are a warrior. Seriously, dude. I have so much respect for you. This is impressive.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. I had a lot of fun over the weekend, and we raised a lot of money for charity. That was a blast. Yeah,
Mike the Mouth.
Yeah,
that was a night. Yeah.
As much as people bag on him, and I'm one of those people that bag on him, like, dude, he came through.
He's a good guy in person. I completely get why people don't like him, but if you meet him,
he's a great guy in person. I've had 0 issues with him personally.
You know what it is? I think he is one of those guys that likes to rib his buddies, which I'm one of those people. But I think that may get lost in translation over Twitter.
He's outwardly a dick. I mean, if we're being honest, like online, he 100% asks for it. I mean, he'll get on there and be like, "Oh, none of these people know what the fuck they're talking about." Or like he's absolutely a dick, but he's turning himself up to like 11. Like he's not.
Hey, really dude, like he gets on the radio, he gets on the athletic part, he gets places with it.
It's a personality, yeah. It's a choice. It's a choice. For
Rob,
sure.
I actually wanted to ask you something.
Hey, buddy.
If you don't mind. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Good,
First
man.
off, I'm glad you're doing well, buddy. Now this is your first year doing sorry, I thought
you're not misinformed, by the way. That is a fact. Yes.
All right. Well, sorry, not back to being serious. Goodness. This is your first year putting out content, right? Or content, correct?
Yes, Mike. Yeah.
So how has that transition been trying to like balance putting out content, putting out your own information, and then now having a draft? You have all the pressure of being the overall winner. People are gunning for you, dude. But people also know who you like now. People know your strategy a little because I know you focus a lot on strategy. So how has that that transition happening? Like, are you welcoming it? Is it kind of frustrating? Where are you at with it?
I mean, there might be a little bit of frustration in there, but I'm totally welcoming it. And with it, with like talking to so many like brilliant guys. Like,
yeah, you've had some great names.
Like just everybody in this room too. Like, you know, just learn that I was always the person who got like, you know, like, oh, that's a sniper. I can't believe they took my guy. And I learned this year like a whole different mentality. Like, I tried to just eliminate that thought process, you know, like, and just have the mentality like, well, I have, you know, I'll go here, and here, like, and just not make it such a big deal mentally. Cause then like in the draft, you know, I'm prone to like, just like, don't get broken, like, just keep going forth, like have this, you know, ABCD plan. So yeah, I mean, it's just trying to put myself into the, you know, spot that like I want, but and when it doesn't work, you know, we just gotta go. You just gotta go with it. Next thing's up, you know?
That's like taking Whit Merrifield today. That's exactly what I did. I don't like Whit Merrifield, but I did. I planned around that. So I get you, Rob. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. And I like the whole Plan B thing. Honestly, Plan B, that brings up a story I have anyway. There it is.
PG-13 broadcast, like.
Yeah, I wasn't told what this was rated before I came on. So I apologize.
Every podcast I do is rated R.
Yeah, so, that's my shtick too. So yeah, we're on the same page. No doubt.
Mine is very, very PG-13ish.
Yeah, like, I'm very much like say whatever you want. I mean, you know, if it's like really over the line, then yeah, maybe I'll have a problem. Like, you know,
we're live right now. You got to understand, like, there's no going back from what you say right now.
I don't really care.
Shitty
opportunity. This is the opportunity to see just how far you can push Justin before he cuts you off.
What a great idea.
I like to put Justin over my shoulder. Something about it is very like.
Look at the picture behind Mike right now. Do you guys really think I care that much about my brand in terms of like it being? You know?
That's why people love you. You're genuine. You're true.
If you set this up behind you perfectly, it's like you're watching over my shoulder, which is so much better. It's like you're here with me, buddy.
I am
here with me.
You got trolled by Eric Cross today. He took advantage of your swimsuit photo.
Yes, that was hilarious.
That was very well done. Very well done. I thought that was pretty hilarious.
I thought so too.
But anyways, I'm going to bring up my team or my league real quick. We have gotten through the second round.
Well, we want to get depressed, I guess. Let's do it.
Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. We are League 6. Everybody's like, why don't you put yourself in League 1? I was like, oh, just ended up that way apparently, but.
It's got to be random.
Well, Rob, I sent you a message, but I guess I can ask you on the air because he's pulling up his team. I was just curious. Do you have one of those desks that adjust up and down?
I do. Yes, I do, Mike.
Okay, because I'm jealous because sitting on my ass all day hurts. Like I actually have a pillow with me, like full sleepy K all the time with a pillow.
Right. No, I know. Yeah, me too.
But dude, like I've been working because I sit in this desk all day. I'm like, I need to stand, but one of those desks, I really want one. And the angle, you get that like camera angle. It's like I was like, you have to be standing,
and I could just move it. You know,
I'm jealous. I need one.
Yeah, anyway. I've talked about that before. It's awesome.
But Mike, I was like always on my feet, you know, as a carpenter, and now that I'm home, you know, not being able to work, I, you know, just being at the computer more, doing more of the fantasy baseball stuff, and I was like, you know what, I gotta stand more, and like I was standing more, and then now I even went the next level up, and I got like this, like the standing stool that goes.
What?
With it, yeah, because like it's a way like it angles you like because I'm just sitting down a little too much, and then when I'm standing, I'm like, I can't stand too much. So, but now I'm ready.
There's like a happy medium, okay?
Yeah, there is, and it's cool. Like I feel like when I'm standing, I'm like
I need to get my wife on board with that desk. I'm sure she won't let me just buy it, but then again, I don't usually ask for permission when I buy things. And hey, this is how I end up with the things I end up with.
You're listening to Desk Talk. Email the show, desktalk@desktalk.com.
Dude, I wish I had that radio voice. I need that. But anyway, so Justin, it's your show. I apologize for taking over. I'm good at it.
All right.
That's what you do, Mike. Come on. You're not sorry at all.
No, not even a little bit.
This is my league's draft board right here. I'm drafting from the 8th spot. I was hoping that either DeGrom or Turner would fall to me, and Turner did. So I was pretty stoked on that. And then I was super
great start, bro. Great start, Justin. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I was super tempted to take Mondesi in the second round, even though I know it is stupid. But like,
I know it's stupid,
and that's the reason I didn't end up doing it.
Why would
Well,
you
Team
do
3
that?
did. Soto and Mondesi together. That's an interesting combo. It's not a bad way to show her up.
That's different than Trey Turner and Mondesi. If I was going to take
Yeah.
Mondesi, Soto would be the only guy I would be willing to pair him with.
I think Trout's a good way. Oh, let's not get into it, Dave.
Yeah, I think you could pair him with Trout as well. But
Well,
Soto,
we know how Dave feels about that.
Soto
that's all I said. Never mind. I'm just backing off.
Soto is kind of the premier guy to pair with him. But I like the start. I got my ace in Nola. And then I got, some speed and 5 category production in Turner, and, Dave and I kind of agree where I think there's a real argument to take Turner 1 overall. So getting him at 8 feels great. And this is the reason why I like picking at 8, because I feel like I'm going to get an elite player every time I draft at 8, and it's working out. And so now we are waiting for Carmen to make his second pick. Or his third pick. I don't know.
Marano, you're on the clock.
I have not seen Nola fall past Team 14 in the second round yet. That's
I had so when I was sitting there was 3 picks in front of me. I had Machado, Nola, and Castillo queued up, and I went, okay, I put it on auto, and I went to bed and woke up with Nola. So I feel pretty good about it. I'd feel better if I had made 3 or 4 picks today, but I'll take that.
Yeah, I wonder what else you would have done today. We'll all just have to dream and wonder.
Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. So, because I doubt at this point it's gonna make it back to me tonight.
Somebody on the turn loves the Dodgers, by the way. Very risky. Bellinger and Buehler together. I would not do that personally. I like both players separately, but I would not combine the two.
That feels like a Matty Wood. That feels like a Matty Wood start.
It does.
That is Kerry Klug.
Kerry. Okay.
So,
cool.
Yeah.
No offense, Kerry. Just my opinion.
Oh, it's okay to give opinions. People just get upset when you give opinions. I'm guilty of being upset once in a while from a misinterpreted opinion.
I'm starting to. I don't know how you guys feel on Buehler, but I'm starting to drop him a little bit in my ranks. I'm just I feel like if I'm gonna take an ace in that first or second round, I want that safety, and I know the upside is huge on Buehler, but I do worry about are the Dodgers gonna try to save him? Are they gonna not let him go deep? So I'm starting to drop Buehler.
With Bauer, Giolito, and Nola, I'm still on the board there. I don't know why you would. I think Buehler fell all the way to the end of the end of the second or the early third in our league.
From a straight skills perspective, I love Buehler. To me, he's a top 5 pitcher, but I do worry about it. Yeah, I do worry about what the end of the season line is going to look like.
So you're worried about volume, basically, right? That's
exactly. Yeah, and I know that I'm going to get I may not get the elite season necessarily from Nola, but I feel like I'm going to get 180 plus innings with really, really good ratios, strikeouts, wins. And so and I just don't know that I'm going to get all of that with Buehler. Not that he made it back to me, obviously.
Hey, I'll bounce out so somebody else could come in. It's been fun. I got shit to do anyway, so you guys have fun, and I'll keep watching.
We got nobody waiting in the wings, but I love you, brother. If you're going to take off and you get your shit done.
Oh, I thought Fish was going to come in, so I was.
If someone comes in, I'll let you know.
Fish wants to join, but I guess you didn't respond to his DM, so he doesn't want to.
Yeah, and I got to edit this pod anyway, so great. I'll go. You guys have fun. I love you all. Enjoy your TGFBI, everybody. Bye.
I hate you, Gobier. He's not even here to hear me. I love Gobier.
I hate you, Gobier. Always not here to hear me.
Yeah, it's so fun to say things like that to someone when they're not around. What's the point if you can't gauge reaction from the person? Plus, somebody here, a wise person here, once told me never talk about somebody without them on the podcast. So, just to kiss more ass, Justin.
There you go.
I'm really good at it. What can I say? But yeah, I learned my lesson.
So I'm looking right now at the ADP, which, like I said, if you want to go and it's the pinned tweet of Smada at Smada _BB. It is a
the pinned tweet of Smata sounds like an ancient plate that you can go to.
The pinned
Yeah.
tweet of Smata.
But I saw some tweets about a few people making some crazy picks today, and so I'm just kind of looking for them right now.
The min pick of McNeil was one of them that was at least about.
But I'm trying to see where McNeil is on this sheet. I could probably just search it.
I was wondering if that person was maybe also in the middle of doing an OBP league like me and got confused and took McNeil thinking it was the OBP league.
I don't think that is the case.
Okay.
Are they a Mets fan?
Okay.
Like a
So
hardcore
his
one?
current
Where did
the
where did
hard
he get
part
taken?
was, the hard
Like the
part
third
was
round.
Third round.
pick 36.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, no, what are you gonna do?
But I dropped that gift. I dropped the gift.
Here with
Like,
TGFBI is that I don't. This is my only league where average is a category. I do every other league I'm in is OBP or points that basically is OBP. And so as I was looking at the draft board, I had to keep reminding myself, like, no, this guy might walk a lot, but that doesn't matter. And I am sure at some point in this draft, I'm going to see some name there. I'm going to be like, oh, I got to go get this guy. And 5 minutes later, be like, wait a second, he's going to hit a 230 average with a 350 on base, and it's not going to do me any good.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, so and this is the way I feel. I'm sure you guys will yell at me. I feel like in on base percentage leagues, on base is overrated a lot of the time. So, like, people put too much stock in on base percentage and kind of overrated. I think they go a little bit too far. And I feel like on base percentage is underrated in traditional 5x5 because walking gets you on base, which means you're going to score runs or have opportunities to steal. And people completely ignore guys who walk because they're like, well, that's not a counting cat, but it leads to other counting cats. So,
and it offers some floor because on base is a much more stable statistic, right? A guy who can get on base is going to keep getting on base and keep giving himself opportunities at the very least. Yep. So there is some real benefit there, but I'm going to overvalue it. It's going to happen for sure. Yeah, Carlos Santana, round 3. And it'll happen for me on like Friday. I'll get to the third round in my league. Finally, we'll get there, and I'll take Carlos Santana. I'll follow it up with Joey Gallo, and I'll win OBP, but no one will know.
Mm-hmm. Curlin, what the fuck is that?
it's a muscle-bound man pile driving a shark.
Wow.
You can't make this shit up. It is what it is.
I was like, is this the new Sharknado animated movie or something?
It's impressive.
What's going on, Fish?
Hey, Fish.
It was for Fish. Look, it worked out, man. It was for Fish.
Yeah, totally.
How we doing?
Hey, John,
Good, how are you?
Remind everybody where you can be reached on social media.
At Fish2483 on Twitter.
There you go. And then what league are you in?
24.
24. All right, let's bring you up.
Bring it up.
We've talked already, but you can tell them how day one went for you.
Okay. Oh, and this is the League of Death, I think, is what people have been saying. So it's one,
not because Fish is there.
Let's see. We're gonna share that draft.
It would be the League
board.
of Death for me. I hate drafting with Fish. We draft too similarly.
What team number are you, Fish?
Team 7.
All right, so it looks like you started off Cole and Dort Tucker. Go ahead and talk about that start.
Yeah, so I was really surprised to see Cole still there. I'm so used to doing these high stakes NFBC leagues where it's Cole and DeGrom are gone by pick 3 essentially. So yeah, it's between Cole and Turner, and I went with the ace just because I do like the shortstops that are there in the second and the third. So I went with the ace, and then I actually was briefly considering to go pocket aces, but as you can see from that board, a lot of starting pitchers went before my pick, including Woodruff, who I would have taken too.
Mm-hmm. Had you heard the news on Woodruff being scratched before you would have taken him, or are you worried about Woodruff?
I did not hear that news. No. Yeah. So I probably would have stayed away.
So yeah, because he got scratched today with a stiff back. I don't know that I'm super worried about it, but
no, it's something. It's not like Bogarts though. Bogarts is more concerning for me.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So I like that start though, man. That's a pretty sweet start.
That's got to be one of the latest Lindor picks I've seen.
Yeah.
Lindor went as high as 11 today.
Wow.
Like I said, in my league where I was picking 20, I was like, maybe he'll fall to 20, but probably not. It's probably not going to happen.
Oh, sorry. His min pick was 10. His max pick is 25 in TGFBI.
25. Wow.
So he took a 24 here, so that was not quite his max.
Yeah, but pretty damn close.
Pretty damn close.
I would have really struggled if he had made it back to me at 23, even with Turner on my team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty thrilled to get him. Obviously, I like to get my aces and stolen bases in the first couple of rounds, and I absolutely want a shortstop in the first 3 rounds because I think it drops off a huge cliff. So, getting an ace and getting Lindor, it's going to give me some steals. I love that, and then I was thrilled to get Tucker in the middle of the third. Like I think that's the biggest steal to me. I think he's got an opportunity to put up first round numbers.
I like it. That's great. That's a great get in the middle of the third.
I haven't been listening. I've been too busy finding backgrounds.
Surprise of no one.
Fucking guy.
Don't judge me. Who are you to judge me?
Gosh. I gotta check and see if this guy in Brian Seymour's league has picked yet.
Oh boy.
We may have our first TGFBI timeout.
There it is. Got it.
Jake has Darius Austin in his league, so yeah, he's like, yeah, I think he already went to bed.
Yeah, it's he'll pick first thing in the morning. Well,
he'll probably pick at like 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. or whatever time that they say they usually get up at.
Darius is a really good player too.
Oh, is he?
Darius knows it. Darius is he is a guy that let's see. So he does Bat Flips and Nerds, Friends of Fantasy Benefits, and he's on BP staff now too. And I think he does the majority of the projections or some of the projections on BP as well. So like, yeah, he's a good player.
Speaking of projections, I know Dave loves talking projections. I genuinely want to know, does anybody how much people weigh them in their analysis? Because I know I'm actually similar to you, Dave. I'm not a huge projections person in terms of like heavily weighing them in my analysis personally. They play a part in terms of like maybe if I'm not sure how I feel about a player, maybe I'll look at what people think, just to get almost like a second opinion. But I know there's people that really weigh them heavily. So is anybody here on that side of things, or do most people kind of just use it as a tool in the toolbox, so to speak?
Like Rob's more on that side of things.
I'm like, it's a tool in the toolbox, 100%. I don't think I leaned on them as much as I've tried to understand them this year. And I think it's because although I trust the way I like to build teams, that I saw, some very successful players using SGP method. So I just wanted to learn why. So, and I also feel like it's going to help me if I can notice in drafts who's using it, or like who's using that method. It's just another way to maybe try to beat people. And I think it just helped me. It's actually crazy. I just found some Babs, and Baseball HQ, it's mostly like a skill set driven evaluation. And I found, a lot of guys who, on both scans are just popping up together. So it's just another thing, I think, on me to say, okay, I trust what I'm thinking. I trust what I see. It's not like driving my decision point, but it's just, it's a thing to look at. I think as much as your brain can handle and process and try to formulate into one, giant, okay, so this kind of makes sense. So, I mean, that's, like I said, I'm using it more than I ever have, but it's still not a big percentage of what I do.
Gotcha. And there's nothing wrong with it because, again, Toby's the one who comes to mind. Phil, very much number driven, and they're very successful players.
They're also huge on, interestingly, because projections aren't really as good with pitchers as they are with hitters, but they're pitchers early guys. I mean, those guys always get their starters early. Like Phil's I'll take Bauer third if Cole and DeGrom go 1-2, and I'm on the board. I'm not taking Acuna or Soto. I'm going Bauer. with pick 3. So I mean, it's extreme for him.
And it's crazy though. These guys are super successful. So there's like, it goes to show you that there's no right or wrong way. It's all about winning. And if you're good at winning, you're good at winning. Period.
Say that there's no right and wrong way. I think there are wrong ways. I just don't think there's one way.
Yeah, there you go. That's actually a really good way of putting it, Dave.
The thing is, like, it's not just looking at the numbers and they're like saying, well, here it is. Like, you know, Phil had the formula that he bakes in like the displayed skill set, and then he magically makes a number that he tabs to everybody. He's not just looking at what the numbers are spitting out. He's trying to figure out if he thinks that Nick's, like Andrew Heaney's strikeout, rate is accurate, like, so it's a different level of just looking at the numbers and saying, oh, well, this is what this says. And,
Toby's very good at like taking the numbers in terms of projections, but he's also really good at player evaluation. Right. And I know he puts those two together really well.
And it's just understanding the flow too, understanding of pocket to values where, they say, okay,
pocket to values.
Yeah. And that's the thing for, everyone who drafts, and when you can identify it and do well in it, that's how you win. And it's cool though, because I love like being able to, I talk to everyone and see how people do things. And it's cool how when we like come to a conclusion, like the same thing on a guy, and it's like totally different approaches. And it's like, oh, that's cool. Like, how did you get there? And I think it's cool.
Me and Phil were on like so many of the guys last year, same guys, but I mean, his method and my method are completely different. So it is, you're right. It's very interesting.
Yeah. And it's
different people's approaches.
Right. And it's like one of those things where it's like, however many things we add to try to get better, we always come to the middle. So sometimes it's a crazy game.
Yeah, it really is. There's definitely a lot of different paths. And I think you just have to do whatever your strength is. So like Phil obviously came into this not knowing anything really about baseball. So he came into it with a pure mathematics standpoint, and it works for him.
I don't know. He did with the basketball main event.
Yeah. By the way, are you guys still in first?
No, we're 10th overall.
Okay, that's still good.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah. Same thing though. He didn't know anything about basketball, and he's like, and I asked him, I'm like, would you make an SGP for basketball? And he's like, give me a couple days. And like in a couple days, he's like,
that's insane.
In a couple of days, he goes, hey, there was only 60 people in the main event last year. I said, yeah. He goes, do you want to go half and half on it? I'm like, sure. Like, sure. He goes
crazy.
He's like, you watch it all the time and you're into it and like all that stuff. He's like, and I'll just build a model. And I was like, okay. And then like, pre-draft, we did like the robot mock, and we went through like 8 teams, and it was like, these are the 3 routes that we're going with. And right off, and it's crazy too, because he's like, we'll find 3-pointers and rebounds on the wire. I'm like, how do you know? Like, how do you know? You've never played in it. What are you talking about? And it's so wild. Like, took me by like real.
Was he right though?
Yeah,
yeah. Basketball.
No, yeah. Like I said, we were in the first like top 3 overall for a good amount of the year. Now we bounced outside the 10, but it's just to be in the mix. It's awesome. And it's like,
considering the guy literally said, I don't know basketball, but I'm going to create this thing in a couple days.
Right.
Meanwhile, it would take me a year to even get half of what he got done. He's a machine, and I love it.
It's great.
Do you guys follow DFS guys at all? Beep, I'm a Jeep. Do you know him?
No.
I don't do any DFS.
He's a guy who like, I'm not huge into it either.
Beep my Jeep, you said?
Beep, I'm a Jeep.
Oh,
Beep, I'm a Jeep. That's a funny name, but
that's his fucking name. This dude's won like more GPPs than pretty much everybody. Doesn't even know sports at all. Like I don't even know. He comes into it with like a film mindset of just looking at like certain things and finding outliers and stuff. I don't fucking know. I don't know how he does it, but it was super
impressive
to hear that story. And it's just like all of our analysis means dick sometimes.
Oh yeah, I'm big on the player. I'm big on player analysis, and it feels like it's for nothing half the time. It drives me because there's people like Phil that just make me feel bad.
But we can't do what Phil and Beep I'm a Jeep do, so we have to rely on analysis. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how to build a model. Do you?
So someone is asking who we're talking about, and we're talking about Phil Dussault. who is just an amazing NFBC player who's come on the scene in the last few years and never even followed baseball when he started. Like
it's dumb how smart he is. Like,
yeah, you can hear him often on Rob's podcast, Pull Hitter Podcast, which if you're not listening to already, definitely go and listen to. Because he's just absolutely killing it there.
Also listen to Robot Pod on Rotosaurus High Stakes. We talk a lot about Phil's story and how he like got into everything because it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's insane. I mean it took him a few days to build what the SPG for the basketball. And that's it's insane like how smart that
he's
is.
like, what do you use for metrics? And I'm like, usage rate and like rebound percentage, true shooting percentage. And he's like, okay. And he just dove into it. And he's like, yeah.
That's all he says. Okay, two letters, one word. And
but the thing was like, you know, like he's open to things as well too, very open. Like we talk, and he's he's like, hey, so what do you see in this guy that makes you like him? It's not just like here's the guy, like your guys stink, or he's trying to see like what the different evaluation is. And I think the thing is like with him not having that bias, like he never had a second baseman who failed him. He doesn't have that banked in his memory. So he's so fresh. He doesn't have all those lists of guys that we have, right? Because we're so like that when we play, like
burned.
In 2012, this sucker, all that shit. So
that for those asking in the chat, that's his Twitter handle right there. So you can go and find him. But yeah, I mean, he's super, like he's one of those guys. Him and I have completely different ways of looking at the game, how we want to approach team construction. And so like he's not a guy like when he's in my league, I'm like, okay, that's fine. We're not going to be going after the same guys.
You're not going to get each other's way. You're going to be able to do what you can do. And that's
exactly.
That's what I think about, when him or Toby's in my league. I'm not excited about it, but I also know that we're not going to get in each other's way. So I can execute my plan. I'd honestly rather have Phil in my league than John Fish because I know Fish and I are going to trip over each other. So
Phil, Toby, and I were in the main event last year together, and I was like, oh, sweet, this works out really well for me because I know they're both going to go pocket aces, and I don't, and I don't have to worry about it quite as much. We don't tend to draft near each other because they like going to the back end for those pocket aces. But yeah, joining us is Dan Trafford. Dan, how you doing, buddy?
Yo, how we all doing?
Good.
Hey. Doing good, buddy. How are you?
Man?
You and I are in the exact same league, so we are suffering along with kind of the slowness that is League 6. And you and I have been talking about fighting over the exact same players.
Well, it's funny because I entered this with the idea that I was zigging whenever everyone else was zagging, right? I was going to go hitting. And then the top 5 didn't go the way I expected it to. I expected Cole or DeGrom to go 1 through 5. I just expected someone to push them, and they didn't. So I went DeGrom at 6. And then the turn came around, and I'm a 6 pick, whatever the math turns out to there. And I expected Nola to come back, and that's where you went. And I think it does describe this, and I'm not one of these people, so I want to make that clear. The smart people adjust, right? Like you have to adjust to the league that you're in. You have to adjust to the draft you're in. You have to continually be available and aware of what's happening around you. And already TGFBI is putting me on a different path than I'm comfortable with, which I enjoy. Yep, right? Like I enjoy being in a draft where it's a little bit different, makes me think differently and get outside my comfort zone. Machado, as you see here on the screen, is somebody I'm just comfortable drafting in the second round wherever I am. Like he's just going to be a guy that is sort of a safety pick, a safety word, if you will, right? Like if I'm in a bad situation and I utter Machado, things are okay. But I'm going to be completely honest. I wanted nothing to do with starting pitching in the first round here. Like in this league and all leagues that are league of leagues, I want to get different. And there are a lot of smart minds here on this stream and in this league. I just want to be different. I want to try to figure out something that gets me away from everybody else. I thought going heavy hitting early was going to do that. It just didn't break that way for me.
Can't really complain about getting DeGrom at 6, though.
Oh, no, absolutely not. And I think that's where I think the big thing for me with fantasy analysis and where we've gotten so great in this community is there's so many different ways to draft, and there's so many different ways to go about what we're doing here that as long as you can adjust on the fly and be at least flexible, there are so many ways to draft a great team. I am a big believer of you don't lose in the first round. You don't win in the first round, you can lose. And so DeGrom, once he fell to me there, by all means, I will go there in a heartbeat every time.
I think that's too because we're always talking about like our tops of the draft and you know, oh, why'd you do pocket aces, or why didn't you do this, why did you do that? And we realize like there's 27 other picks that shape our entire team, and for the most part we don't talk about it.
Well, exactly, and that's but that's the nature of the content, right?
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
The nature of where we are as we can go down a path here, but that's what people want to hear. They want to hear the first 4 rounds, right? Those are the sexy names. Those are the guys that everyone's in on. But yeah, I think, Joe Pisapia is a good buddy of mine. And we've talked for ages about the fact that drafts aren't won in the first 5 rounds, right? People build their bases there. They build their foundations. It's sort of 6 through 15 where you're winning your leagues. Now, again, what league you're in, what sort of structure you're in, 12 teams, 15 teams, 5 outfielders, 2 catchers, all those things vary. But yeah, spot on. These first 4 rounds, I can make a really nice Twitter thread around the first four picks of every one of my drafts. Beyond that, that's where I maybe I won't tweet so much anymore. I maybe fade into the background and be like, oh, my cell phone wasn't connected anymore. I drafted Hunter Dozier too early. It's fine.
I know. I don't like that. I like the bottom. I think the bottom makes the drafts. I love like on. Even draft Spot champions on. Like from 30 to 50 is when I geek out, and it's like this. This is where I want to, where people want to maybe sleep and not pay attention to this area. This is the area where I want to.
Well, that's where you earn, right? That's and that's the thing. I think, and to the point of who to follow on Twitter, the big thing for me, and the big thing I've been saying since I've been playing fantasy baseball is know your format and know your tout or analyst or whatever word you want to use. Know that they're talking about the same game. Right? Like fantasy baseball has so many different options. Fantasy football is so straightforward, right? Like fantasy football, now flex is coming in and fine, but you're dealing with very similar outcomes. Fantasy baseball is different. And so know who you're listening to. Matt Modica is one of my favorite people in fantasy baseball. He's a personality, but he also just brings just a specific talent. He plays a very specific game. Right? Like he plays the way that an FBC is set up, and he plays in Tout Wars and does those things. Know the people you're listening to, because if you're just listening to these random people, you're going to get so damn confused. And so that's what I've tried to do and I will admit, I'm not a tout or an analyst. I'm a guy who has a decent voice and likes to talk about baseball. But when it comes down to it, just enjoy the people you like, know the league you're in, 12 teams versus 15, 5 outfielders versus 3, 2 catchers versus 1, whatever your setup is, and then go from there.
Yeah, I was talking, Danielle was, racking her brain over, what her 4th and 5th round picks today. And she started reaching out to people that we've talked to on the podcast and things like that. And she started reaching out to so many people. She was like, oh, now I'm really torn. I was like, listen, pick 1 or 2 people, because otherwise you're just gonna overwhelm yourself. It's just don't get me wrong, I want her to pick people she's comfortable with and trust and stuff like that, but you start asking everybody, or you throw it out on Twitter and have a whole Twitter thread about who you're deciding between, and you're just going to confuse yourself even more. So it's great that there's a lot of voices, and I like to listen to all of them, but I have the ability to pick and choose who I agree with, who I don't. And if you're newer, especially, and you don't know how to decipher all the information, then it's better to cut some of it off.
And that's why she hasn't asked me once.
I mean, she wants to win, Mike.
I mean, look, no one wants a Tiger King guy on their side, you know?
What did she start with, Justin?
I'll bring up her team. She I don't know if she's going to come on now.
So am I going to have to listen of like when she finishes at least 100 spots ahead? I'm going to have to, right? Like it's going to be a very significant.
Oh, if she finishes 100 spots ahead of me?
Oh, no, of me. I don't like Justin. I don't care about you.
Me.
I mean, like,
No one cares about Justin.
So, I mean, like I told her, listen, if as long as you do the work, right? As long as you set your lineup and you do fab every week, even if you don't have a very good team, you will finish in front of probably 50 to 100 people.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, because as much as I love TGFBI, people check out. Like I like, you know, a good buddy of mine in the industry, and I won't name him, but he told me, he's like, listen, like football comes around,
that's what pays the bills.
That's what pays the bills, right? So, like, you know, he goes, I'll put the effort in. Huh?
I said, well, Dan took the words out of your mouth. Was it Dan?
Yeah,
it wasn't me. I can name multiple people who have told me that before, but I'm not one of those. But,
and like here, and listen, like in labor tout wars, like I have a bigger issue with that because you're blocking someone from getting in, right?
Yep.
In TGFBI, everybody gets in, and we have historical standings now. So if you don't mind your name being at the bottom of the standings, then you do you, right? It's like, to me, it's like, you know, if you're going to do that, something like that in the main event, it's your money. TGFBI, what your money is your brand and your name.
Maybe you should like cut off the people at the very end who've clearly given up on their teams in previous years and don't let them back into TGFBI.
Relegation is an amazing thing. Like I'm not, I am a big EPL like Premier League fan, but like relegation has some juice to it that would make for a very fascinating aspect.
That's what I mentioned you, Dave.
Like a pro versus, not even pro versus Joes. That's the wrong way to put it. But like new people, like newer people, like first year guys versus like people who've been here for a while. And like you have to like bottom here, go here, top here, go here. That's what I mean. They actually, I can't think of who did it. The guy who does all the commissioner league, like commissions all the leagues.
Nathan. Longfield, yeah.
No, Nathan. I'm really bad with names. He put together the relegation league, and he has like experts league. Then there's AAA, AA, single A. It's gotten crazy, and you finish. It's money too. There's money involved, so there's a little skin in the game plus pride. Because like now, I don't want to. Not only do I not want to lose this quote unquote expert league, but now I have money involved. But it's not about the money now. I don't want to be relegated to AAA.
And like, there are leagues and stuff like that out there. Like the Baseball 365 group on Facebook has like a huge one, like it's like 20 leagues or something like that, and it's relegated and stuff. You can, you know, you got to work your way to the top, and I think ITL does some stuff like that. But I mean, the reason I don't do that with TGFBI is one, I want everybody competing against everybody.
Yeah, it's like, inclusive,
and it is supposed to be inclusive. And two, you know, shit happens. Like we had a guy who, you know, is a pretty good player, and in year one, halfway through the season, he had a stroke.
Oh.
Like or brain aneurysm or something. And it's like, I'm not gonna like penalize. Life happens, right? You have a baby, you know, your mom gets sick, you know, you go through a divorce, and fantasy takes the back seat. Like, and so it's like, you know, shit's gonna happen. And over the course, like once, like, don't get me wrong, I love the idea of the historical standings, but 3 years in, what do we really know, right?
How much was last year weighed because that was my first year and I did terrible.
I think it's given a different weight based on where you finish. And I don't know how much I like that, because as much as like I understand 2020 was different, it still counts.
Of course,
like Rob got paid the same amount for the, you know, for the overall in the draft champions than they did the year before and then they did this year. And we didn't give the Dodgers 25% of a World Series trophy, right? As much as a Giants fan, I would have liked that, right? I don't think, like, yes, was it different circumstances? Sure. But it still took talent, and everybody was drafting under those same different circumstances.
Is there something with those relegation leagues? Like, let's say you come in first, back-to-back years, and then you finish at that spot where it drops you a league, do you get some sort of like, well, I've been here and I've won twice, so I can't drop out of this league or something like that? Or you?
I have no
think
idea.
that would be rule specific for the league, I would assume. I know mine is as far as I know, but I'm also the guy who drafted 5 rounds before realizing it was an OBP league. So,
and remember, like, for those of you who were playing last year, I put together a Champions League, right? In 2019, right? So, and you remember how many people bitched about that?
I do actually, and
I was not one of them.
I know you weren't, but like so many people.
I wasn't a champion.
So many people complained about, like, the people who were in it complained, and I thought it was a cool idea. I thought it was like, hey, you guys were the best in the first year. I'm going to put a bunch of you in the same league together, and we'll see who's the best, right? Oh no, this is going to make it harder for me. It's like, you know what? It sucked for me in my first year in the main event when I had 4 NFBC Hall of Famers too. I still took on the challenge.
Why wouldn't you want to play against the best? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't understand it. I want to play against the best. You look at my league. My league is loaded outside of Dan.
Yeah, I mean, totally. You are spot on. Spot on. What's interesting about the whole concept of competition, right? Like, especially with these League of Leagues when we talk about them, is, are you making decisions based on who's in your league? Is waiver wires different because of dead money? Let's call it that. The dead players. Are you making choices based on? I think it's all relative, right? Like we can sort of TGFBI and I'll give some kudos and Justin, pardon me, but the Raz Slam and the other league, the things that are happening out in the industry, they're all good for the industry, right? Like they're all good for the people who are trying to become analysts and become part of this world. I think the people
like Ariel.
Sorry,
I had to say that.
Exactly right. Listen,
did I miss something there? Because that went right over my head.
Little Mermaid.
Oh.
Yeah, as a father of 3 daughters, I was right there. Like I picked it up right away.
As a father of 2 daughters,
I have 3 boys. I can say that I haven't watched this as a kid.
Oh, Little Mermaid's it's a good jam.
Well, I'm not against it. I've seen a lot of Shrek lately. I've seen a lot of. Nice. So I love Shrek.
So understand, my life is Descendants, which is the Disney series.
My 10-year-old is into that one.
Zombies, which is another Disney series, and then we're now into How to Train Your Dragon, which I have trouble not making a really phallic joke every time that movie comes on. Because
my kids never got into that one. Thank goodness.
It's fine, but they all have really strange names, which I'm not really sure how that works. But when it comes to these League of Leagues, for me, Justin, I agreed with. I would have done the same. I would have done this. Hey, you won your league. Now we're going to put you into this higher echelon of promotion, right? Like we're putting you on this pedestal of people who won the league before, now go compete at this higher level. It's all difficult, and I come on here, have to just kudos to you and the Raz Slam and these different people who are doing things for free, right? Who are just trying to like accelerate fantasy baseball and push people forward. I would say the one thing I come back to over and over again with all of it is it's you get back what you put into it, right? Like you get back what your fab is, you get back what your analysis is, you get back what your dedication to it is. And so I think that there are tons of smart people who are entering these contests. There are tons of people who just sort of want the limelight and want to continue to try to boost some personal aspect of what's happening. I'm really interested in this year off 2020, where people land this year, where people like assess and make decisions, where people sort of lean on past. You have this is a projection and historical performance.
Yeah.
Don't troll to me. Do not do.
No. I'm not going to do that. What I wanted to show was because the Champions League. So there are 3 guys that were in the Champions League that ended up finishing like top 50 or top 50 or actually four guys in the Champions League in 2019 that ended up finishing like top 15 or top 50 in the overall.
Yep.
Like James Anderson, one of the people who complained. I love James, but he was one of the people who complained. Clay Link, one of the people who complained, finishing 46 in the overall that year in that Champions League. Kenyatta Storin, who's been the number one player historically, finished 15th in the overall like that year. Eddie Almagar, who's from Prospects Live, he finished 20th overall. It was in that Champions League. So it's like the whole argument was like, oh, you're making it harder for me to win the overall. Right. And in some regards, maybe I was, but like they still did great. And so like a good player is going to be a good player every year. And
There we go. Yeah.
I had it ready for you as soon as you asked for it.
His $20,000 setup, right?
If you didn't want to compete, maybe you shouldn't have got involved. That's the thing. We're all here to play against each other. We're not running away from anybody.
And I respect the hell out of James. I respect the hell out of Clay. I love those guys. But it was also one of those things like, I was saying this the other day to somebody else. They were talking about a league that they run. Oh, no, we're talking to Chris at Baseball Pod, talking about the baseball bracket. And like a bunch of people in a chat that some of us are in were talking about how to make it better, right? And he was all like, I'll take some advice and stuff. And I was like, you know what? This is why I run TGFBI like a dictator. Like, I'm sorry. I'm in charge. I'm going to run it the way I think is best. Not that I don't listen to feedback. I do. People didn't like the Champions League. I haven't done it again. But at the same time, I'm just going to run it the way I want to run it. I'm gonna boot Mike out and bring in Jake because he's waiting around backstage. So bye, Mike.
Bye, Mike.
Later, Mike.
My Jake? Which Jake?
Jake.
Oh my God! Look at this.
I don't want to be responsible for booting Curlin out of here.
It's all right. He's been on for 2 hours.
We're okay with it.
You're just like straight gangster, bro. You got some swag, Jake. God damn.
What league are you in, Jake?
Dose.
2. That's another slow league, right?
Yeah. Well, we have Darius is in England, but he wasn't the problem. We have another gentleman who's in Edinburgh, Scotland, and I guess he forgot to set a queue, so he timed out tonight.
Oh.
All right. Well.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's like
pretty. I'm pretty sure you guys are in the slowest league.
Like when you're not good at.
That makes me feel so much better.
Before we get to Jake's league and his team, I do want to ask Dan a question. I don't have our board up from League 6, but what do you think of Team 1 taking 3 hours to make his first pick and now has been on the clock for another hour on the turn for his second pick?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I believe he's the one who reached out that said something was happening.
I got diarrhea.
Like something's happening on the home front or at work. Oh. Here's the thing for me. These first 3 rounds, and we said it before, you don't lose. You don't win, but you can lose here. Set your cue. Like I get it. Like as a father of 3, wife dealing with medical stuff. Like I get that life happens. Just give me something to look forward to in this draft.
I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, all right. This is how this is working. I was making an answer that apparently he didn't like, but I just for John, going to you, like slow drafts are slow drafts. You know what you sign up for. We were talking about that before. You know what you're signing up for, right?
Yep.
If you are in the early rounds, do you have a different understanding or a different expectation of what people are doing and what they should be doing in the first 2 or 3 rounds when it comes to a draft such as this?
Well, the biggest thing for me is with these drafts, everybody's coming from all these different formats that they play. When I play an NFBC, I kind of know who's going to go where for the most part. Playing against a lot of the same guys, especially those 400 DCs. It's pretty much all the same guys. And here I'm like, I have no idea what to expect. Like I was not expecting at all to have Garrett Cole at pick 7. It wasn't even consideration for me because I've seen them go 1 or 2 in my last 5 drafts essentially.
He was on the board in mine too. Yeah, I could have taken, I think, Cole or Bieber or Turner.
Yeah, so I think what we're seeing is a lot of these people are, that are in this aren't, solely NFBC players. So they're not used to the whole pushing the pitchers up a lot.
Right.
So with that being said, I'm like, okay, perfect. Maybe I can get Nola in the second for pocket aces. And all those pitchers went before my second pick.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right. So then I got Lindor. So I was happy about that. But
it's an interesting separation, I think, that happens in leagues today where you have, largely the group we have here who are playing in high dollar value, high, NFBC, different ability and different understanding in home leagues, right? The guys are playing in 12 or 12 team leagues that are playing 1 catcher and 3 outfielders, right? Mm-hmm. Like how are you understanding the difference in those leagues? And Jake, I know you just joined, and nice to meet you. I don't know that we've talked before, but from your perspective, when you enter something like this, that is a league of leagues, that you're trying to understand the other people in your league, are you coming in with a straightforward perspective and you're just going to sort of put your head down and run, or are you trying to understand the other 14 or 11 guys that are drafting in your league?
I might not be the best person to ask this because I don't really play any other leagues other than NFBC for probably like the last decade for the most part.
No, but to understand, like NFBC, right, has and maybe I'm a cheapskate, but they have the 50s, which are 12 team guys. You have the 15 team leagues. You have, that's more my question of like, as you're trying to gauge the room, read the room, what are you doing? Are you caring so much about the guy, the pick after you and the pick before you, or are you just sort of locked in on what you're doing?
I think I would focus more on, I don't know. See, I would say I would focus on the ADP, but I don't know if the ADP for NFBC really applies as much to these leagues just because there's so many people that are not focused on playing this format. Man, that's a tough question for me to answer. I feel like I can't put myself in the other perspective.
I think that's Dan. I think that was a good question about the 12 teamers because I think most people play 12 teamers.
Yep.
So they're going to a 15 here. I know for me personally, I play a couple 12 teamers. I play the online championship, and if I'm getting an early pick in those, I'm going with a hitter for sure because I love those pitchers on the 2-3 turn.
Yep.
But those same pitchers aren't there in 15 teamers on the 2-3 turn.
Right.
So
it's one of those moments where, and I'm not a math person. Like I am strictly not a math person, but it amazes me when it comes to that sort of, the math isn't hard there, right? Like the math shouldn't be so differentiating for people to understand the difference there. But for Dave, for someone like you, when you're trying to differentiate, when you're trying to come into a league of leagues, when you're trying to make the difference and right, you win your league 13 or league 12 or whatever it might be, and you're trying to figure it out. Are you making a big differentiation between a 12 versus 15, what your rankings or projections might say? Or are you trying to just sort of go off the grid a little bit and make that big differentiation by being different from everybody else?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. It also depends on if it's an NFBC 15 or if it's Fantrax 15 or a Yahoo. Because like when I'm in a Yahoo league, I like those Yahoo Pro leagues because I think it's the easiest for good ROI. Like you can get into those $1,000 leagues, and if you know what you're doing, they're I think the easiest way to win money. But they're also like 3 outfielders, 2 utility slots, 8 pitchers. Like it's a completely different setup from NFBC. So I, do a lot of analysis on where I can gain edges in each position and each resource, and then I draft accordingly. And I look at I compare the Yahoo rankings compared to like NFBC ADP to see like if this guy goes much higher in the Yahoo rankings. Like a lot of people use those. But then there are still some people who draft according to NFBC. So it's usually a mix, and you kind of just I would say I'm more apt to get my guys when I'm uncertain as to where guys go in different formats.
it's funny. I'm very happy to be in a room with people smarter than me, and that doesn't happen often. Like typically, want to be the smartest person in the room, but these are 4 guys who I think get the industry.
I don't know about
also, well, I mean, when it comes to fantasy baseball.
Well, Jake and I have just been playing for so long. Like we always just say, like, we just made all these mistakes before. I mean, shit,
Right.
Jake watched me make these mistakes for years before
But
he
that's
started.
the point.
He's like, I'm just gonna watch Dave.
Right? But that's the point, right? Like that's what it call. Hey, and I don't know if I'm the oldest person here. I'm turning 40 this year. It turns to a point where life comes at you fast, right? And you go, what did I learn? And I think what you're already all talking about, and Rob bringing you in here, like you have to learn from your mistakes, and you have to learn from the experience you have. And when you talked about, Dave, like I think it's a great one of every site is different and every format is different. And I remember, and again, 2008 was the first podcast I ever hosted for fantasy baseball. And my buddy Joe and I did it. And the thing we harped on was know your damn format. Like, don't just come into a league and think you know baseball or know fantasy. Know what your categories are. Know if you're playing head-to-head points. Know what the points are.
Yeah,
that's what matters most, right?
That's the number one thing, and people kind of skip over that. They kind of just go into a draft without a plan and just draft guys that they like. And I constantly, Jake and I, our whole podcast is basically about how to strategize and how to.
I listen. Don't you worry. I listen.
Okay. Yeah.
My favorite is when you get in the draft room. Like I just got into a cut line league, and within the first minutes, and I don't know if this guy's mocking. I have no idea, but it's like, is it -1 for at bats or not? I didn't look.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Good.
I'm gonna kick somebody out so I can bring some other people in.
I think I've been here the longest. I can leave.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Dave.
Have fun.
To what you were talking about, Dan, we are we just started the Glarf League. Hey, Nick.
How we doing? Oh,
Good.
I love the Waltham sweatshirt, by the way, man. Brandeis, I see that.
No way!
I'm just super happy to see it.
We
Yeah.
gotta talk later.
Oh yeah, of course. Hey guys, you guys are doing
Hi,
great.
Nick.
What's up, Nick?
You know.
Hey, Jake, did we ever go over your team?
No, you had to duck out.
Justin, before we do, I wanted to hear, because I'm trying to learn. Jake, what were you going to say there?
Well, we started the Glarf League, which is kind of mimicking the Barf League that's been in existence, and the Turf League and the Nerf League, and everybody coming together this year on that overall. And it's quality starts and it's OPS, and honestly, that's not something I'm familiar with.
It's OBP.
Oh, OBP. Yeah, you're right. And see, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
If you're drafting OPS, you're putting yourself in a hole.
But it's something that I'm learning as I go because I've been so knee deep in all these NFBCs.
Absolutely.
And me too. Yeah, I've never don quality starts. I've never done an OBP league at all. So
don't think, Jake, you don't think 6 innings and a 4.50 ERA is worthwhile when it comes to baseball?
And which I think it's funny is when we're talking about these overall rankings and these composite rankings of previous years that TGFBI, like maybe the next step too is like a hybrid ranking, right? How well do you do in best ball? How well do you do in roto? How well do you do in 12 team? How well do you do in 15 teams, right? Like maybe it's just because it's not just 15-team rotos. It's not just, best ball leagues. It's all these different things. So maybe that's the next step too, right? It's like you get the same kind of players and everyone plays in a different type of format, and then it's okay. Who is the best out of all these leagues?
Well, I'll be honest though. Until you can do like the wacky leagues, until you can do worst ball too, you got to do GTA where you steal a player from the team that you beat every single week. There's the guillotine league where if you lose one week, you're done. Unless you do the co-blind manager draft or whatever. Unless you're doing the wacky leagues, you got to get those in.
Let's do it all.
That's
originally TGFBI was going to do something like that. I was going to switch formats every year. And so you would have like 1 year it was going to be, like it is now. The next year might be best ball. The next year might be head to head. The next year, or I was going to start off spin-off leagues. But then Raz Slam came around. I was like, I don't want to like block someone out.
I mean, you could split it. Like we have 27 leagues this year, something absurd?
29, yeah.
Oh man, it's amazing how much work that goes into that, Justin.
Randy's asking how you get into TGFBI. You apply, so you need to be in the industry.
I thought it was just I may have
thought he was making a joke at someone.
I thought it was.
I don't know if he's making a joke, but people do ask me all the time how they get in. You go to tgfbi.com, you apply. I will put up a new application probably this week for next year. Or you win a satellite league. There's applications for the satellite leagues as well, and more information gets passed. Or you win a spot at like Potapalooza or something like that. So yeah, that's how you get into TGFBI. If Randy was actually asking,
yes,
or not.
I bought a Justin Mason shirt from RotoWare, and he let me in.
There you go. That's it. That's all you need to do.
I wish I had licensed that
one of those T-shirts is based off of a design my middle child made. That RotoWare.
The one with him on the horse.
No.
I would disavow my child at that point. That would be a moment where I was like, you know what? No, do you know Magnetiles? I'm gonna be a dad for a second. Yeah. That's it was the Magnetile design that I thought looked like R2D. C3PO, but they thought looked like Justin. So.
I'll find it and I'll share it.
I was gonna say what you do, Randy, is you just get motivated. If you don't produce content like me, I did. I say, how do I get into this league? And last year I found out how, and I motivated myself to say, all right, well then I'm gonna produce content. I want to play with all these guys, and then you win an entry in Potapalooza, and then you create content. Now you have 2 entries, and then you give one away to Jenny Butler, and you keep one for yourself. That's how you do it.
There it is. Oh man, Jenny Butler needed. One to get in. She's
I know.
Than all of us.
God damn it.
So she's been in the satellites, and I think she's finished second a bunch in the satellites. She's such a good player. I feel bad for whoever's in her league. There's a reason she did not.
Yeah. Oh man.
She was not in my league. So let's see. Here's part of the Justin Mason collection. So is it that shirt on the right there, Dan?
To the right.
We've arrived at the quality content. This is what we came for.
That's why I'm here. Nick, spot on. Yeah.
So and I actually wore that shirt to an art gallery.
Of course you did.
And then posed next to a Monet wearing it. It's on my Instagram.
I haven't followed there yet. I feel like I follow you.
You gotta put up your Instagram now. You gotta plug that.
I think it's Justin Mason FWFB. I don't really use Instagram. Every once in a while, I'll be like, I'll throw a picture up there. Right. But it's I outside despite what RotoWare thinks, I don't think I'm the most photogenic person.
I don't know. You have your own collection that's what, 50 items?
Yeah, let's see. I believe there's 24 per page, and there's 3 pages. Look, so
if there's one thing that we can all agree on, is that we believe the stats, and the stats don't lie, Mason. All right, I
love the authentic Justin Mason jersey.
Oh my god,
$455.
Is that like an NFT yet? Can I get an NBA Top Shot of a Justin Mason?
Well, what I want to do is I have a promo code that I get a discount on stuff through RotoWare, and I want to buy it and just use that promo code just to see how much it would take off.
Yep.
Do you have that pillow?
I do. I gave that pillow to my wife as a push present.
Oh my god!
You're still married. That's amazing.
Did she hug it throughout?
Oh, dude, there's a picture. Oh, I believe on my Instagram, you can go find that picture of me,
Justin Mason FW.
Yeah, of me presenting it to her as she comes out of anesthesia from the C-section, and the look on her face says it all. So it's well worth.
God bless her. God bless her.
Oh man.
So Jake, what league are you in?
2.
All right. Oh, that's right. You said 2. Okay, yeah, you're the league that has like 4 picks made.
Hey, we've got 6th round almost done here.
That's amazing.
Look, I went to my entire crew on Friday and said, "Look at us. We are going to be the fastest one, and we're going to communicate. We're going to set our cues. We're going to be understanding. If we miss time, just let us know. Everybody was like, "Yeah, let's do it. Look at us, 6 rounds." I'm
and
proud
as much
of League 7.
As much shit as I give the guy in our league who has been using a lot of the clock and stuff, like if he's got something serious going on, he obviously should be focusing on that.
Respect that.
Yeah, I totally respect that, and as much I'm kind of razzing him and stuff like that on the live stream. But if he does have something serious going on, dude, focus on that. Do not focus on TGFBI.
But you won't hear me normally endorse the Q, but I am now. And I mean QUEUE, just so we're clear about the Q. Do that. It's so helpful. We actually had the 4th pick already going right when we started TGFBI because the first 3 picks all auto-queued. It was wonderful.
You were that league. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We were dope.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, because I think our 3rd pick was really, really slow, and that's what kind of started our slowness. So, Jake, what team number are you?
I am 13, unfortunately.
Yes.
So you're 13.
Yes.
You started off Bauer Nola. Talk about that.
Yes, Jake.
I mean, I've never done it before. I've never done pocket aces before.
How did it feel?
And I'll be frank, it wasn't my goal coming in at all, but I hate the back half of the draft, and that's kind of where I felt the value was, where I was picking. I'm not a huge Lindor guy. I'm soured on Bichette. I would have debated pushing Bogarts up if he hadn't gotten hurt today. So that's kind of how I ended up going. And frankly, I mean, the value is in the elite starters, and I don't normally take 2 of them, like I said, but I think I'll be able to build with the offense in this. I don't. Even though this is NFBC format, I don't feel like it's going to be. I don't know. I feel like I'll be able to grab my hitter values a little bit more easily than say a higher dollar NFBC league. So I'm gonna take my gambles.
Nice.
I mean, I'm not a Bauer guy this year. I definitely am not going to be taking it or getting him anywhere unless he just completely drops in a draft to me way later than he's been going. But yeah, I mean. If I was in your spot at 13, I probably would have gone pitcher too, or maybe I would have gone something like Darvish, Harper.
Yeah.
But
we're definitely not Darvish people this year. But I
know you're not.
Yeah.
So you should be. Darvish is the dopest there is.
Darvish people.
They're worried about the injury risk.
I'm not doubting Darvish's skills at all. We're a little worried about him having something happen this year.
There you go.
Jake
that was an obnoxious push present.
Nola versus Giolito, was that a decision?
For me, not as much as others. I'm more of a Nola guy, partially due to efficiency for Giolito. I feel like I'm going to get just a little bit more innings out of Nola. Despite the fact that Giolito does have pretty much the best stuff in MLB, I'm not.
A Giolito Nola start would have been fire too.
Yeah, I have Bauer and I have Nola above him, so I'm fine with what I did. I like Nola a lot. I really feel like he's going to give me the longevity I need.
I took Nola in the 2nd, so I'm not. I love Nola.
Yeah,
I really like all 3 of those pocket aces.
Yeah. I'm a big Nola guy. You guys know me. I've been like, I'm so excited. I'm so happy that we're all like, hey, Nola is an elite pitcher now. I
think he's always been an elite pitcher. Like,
well,
I think
no. I'm talking about like back like when he first came up, and then it wasn't until 2018 when he had his breakout season or so.
Yep.
And then, but he like 2015, 16, 17. It was like I had to be like, guys, Nola. But I do worry a little. Nola is supposed to be this like major command guy with the heaters. And he does have a little bit of a lower arm angle that does preach to not always having that fastball command. And that's why we've seen some seasons where he isn't pristine, right? Like 2018 was great, but then 2019 was a little bit of a step back. And then 20, he did look. I mean, he had like the best pitch in baseball. One of them in his curveball last year, and to see the changeup get better is really good too. I can't like get it out of my head though that his fastball can be in and out. While at least with Giolito, his fastball and changeup combination is just like it's just really, really good, and the way that he aggressively throws that changeup is cool. I think it was Codify that put out the most swing and misses in the middle of the zone, and it's like 93 by Giolito.
Yeah.
And the next person was like 30. And like that's just how good Giolito's changeup is. And not to mention that maybe that slider gets better. Maybe maybe there's something else that he can add. Maybe fix that curveball or something like that.
The dropper. That's what he called his new curveball.
Yeah,
right?
well, and more like he dropped it out of his rotation more like repertoire.
But like that coming up from the minors, like the pitch and everybody like wowed over
that was
with
the
Giolito
lock-in thing, right?
was the curve. So like the fact that he's gotten to where he's at without it,
true,
and now he's potentially could be incorporating something,
right?
And like is like I've really been tempted to move Giolito up to being my 4th starting pitcher, over Darvish. I haven't done it yet.
I've got
5. Giolito 5. Yeah, I've got Giolito 5. Right now,
Darvish 5, Giolito 6, Nola 7. No, wait, hold on. I can do math. Darvish 4, Giolito 5, Nola 6. I think I have. Yeah, I mean it's all really close. Like you're going to be happy with both this. I mean, I did kind of the same thing. I did Scherzer and Kershaw in the 2nd and 3rd. What the hell?
Awesome.
This world.
I love it.
That I have 2 starters in the first 3 rounds.
What league are you in?
7.
All right, I'm bringing it up right now. Here we go.
Oh man, I'm taking all the time, guys.
Nick, before I forget, what do you think about Dylan Cease? Like, how much do you factor in like all the work with like the new belt and all this stuff? Like,
it's how
much does that matter?
Yeah, I was saying this stuff before. Like, he went to Driveline is the new best shape of his life. That's what Zach Hayes said on our staff.
Yeah,
Zach Hayes said that, and the second he did, I'm like, oh man.
Yeah.
It's so true.
But like, we don't know. All these guys are looking to improve. Dylan Cease was really bad. Like that was we can't acknowledge forget he really did not have it figured out. And even when he had success in 2019, we kind of knew that this wasn't quite right. He had a lot of things to fix, and then it just showed up properly last year. So I'm not ruling it out, but I think there's a lot of guys that can make a tweak. We just don't know which one will. So hey, Cease could be one. No, not a terrible dart throw.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. I'm just watching his spring training. I'm going to watch his spring training starts and see how many walks he has. Like, because that'll tell me a lot in terms of just.
Well, we'll then cut him off before he can get to, 23 pitches and
Justin New and Shelley took him right at like 290ish and tagged him.
Yeah,
right?
I mean at that point it's
no, I know. And that's something like me and Jenny miscalculated like the end game, so obviously where we sitting in draft champions like 340, 350, 360. So we didn't know he was gonna go so far up. We were like, let's bump him 20 picks and try to target him, and he went like super ahead. And a lot of the guys like that we were kind of targeting end game upside on, like Alzolay, he same thing, 40 pick difference than like a draft champion. So it was just interesting to see that whole dynamic. But
I'll be honest,
I treated that league a lot like I would the main event,
right?
Where after a certain point, like I did not care about ADP. We just started talking about guys, and I would throw out names, and she goes, "That's who I want out of this group," or she'd throw out names, and I go, "That's who I'd want out of this group." Yep. And we just took people. We didn't give 2 shits. Once we felt we had a really good base, I didn't give 2 shits about ADP or anything like that. I was just going for the guys that I believed in, where I have people ranked, and that's how we ended up with Cease at 290.
I'll be honest, my favorite thing, like my dream would be starting a draft at like pick 300, and all I have to do for my next 10 picks are take starting pitchers. That would be like my favorite draft in the world, because there's so many fun names. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll take Michael Lorenzen, who's as a 420 ADP or whatever. Sure, I'll take Dean Kramer and Keegan Aiken, who are like 600 or something like that. I'm like, yes!
You should set that league up. Only 300 and down.
We can stop talking about, Castillo versus Flaherty finally, because they're both great. Whatever.
All right, so I'm assuming you picked from the 3 slot, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you went Acuna, Scherzer, Kershaw, Biggio, Voit,
and I just
Nelson,
took
Cruz.
Yeah.
And I have to start off by saying I hate your league because you guys are so far.
Right.
Thank you. Good leadership. That's what I like to think. Good leadership.
But talk about your team.
I mean, I thought I was very lucky getting Acuna. I wanted to be number 3 because honestly, Tatis, Soto, and Acuna is team fun to me, and I wanted one of those 3. So I just got whoever fell to me. Acuna is fantastic. So I didn't really expect to get Scherzer and Kershaw, but for me, that's my Kershaw's my number 10 and Scherzer's my number 8. And I got Scherzer as the 10th starter and Kershaw as the 12th. And I just feel like, oh, I have 2 aces, and this is really, really nice. And I didn't really love anyone at that spot for Kershaw as a hitter. So I did that. And I was like, okay, let's just make some fun hitting picks now and then maybe start taking starters again around round 10, which I enjoy doing anyway. Biggio, I debated a ton, and I still don't love it. But at the same time, like, I think Biggio hasn't had his best season yet. I think we're all kind of assuming that he's just all of a sudden a 235, 240 hitter. And, like, we don't know. The guy's had 700 plate appearances, and he's really good at not swinging at balls. So maybe he's actually better than that. Maybe he can have a higher max exit velocity of 103. Meanwhile, the Jays offense is dope as anything. Biggio is going to be on base a lot, get a lot of runs, higher RBI totals now, I think. Stolen bases and home run floor. Like, we're talking like a 2015 kind of floor in many ways for a home run. Maybe you can want to say 2010, fine, but I think he can be even better in the stolen base department and home run totals. And that paired with Acuna Jr., knowing I was going to get someone like Voit next, I was like, oh, I have like a really, really nice foundation now that I can make like more fun picks. And Cruz was really hoping for it as the ultimate pairing, because then it's like Biggio, Acuna, okay with stolen bases now. Cruz is like the ultimate 4-category god, and that evens out the average hit that might be taken from Biggio. So I feel pretty cool about it. I'm going to be going hitters the next 3, in case you guys are wondering if you're in League 7 with me. Sorry.
I like how he's already planning out his next 3 picks, and I haven't even gotten to my 3rd pick.
You know? I mean, I was hoping to make my 7th rounder, but fine, Carlton, Bach, and Rouse. It's okay. You guys are speedy before.
The Siege may end up making picks tonight. What is he, team 1 or 2?
The Siege? I don't know which one.
Colton Bach.
That's 2. Sorry.
So I'm sure he'll make his pick tonight. It depends on team 1 then.
I'll be
Nick,
prepared.
when you're picking like Kershaw like at like 3rd, which I don't mind the pick at all. I love that pick. But are you thinking in your brain like, when am I going to go back to pitching next, or is that just on your mind? Like, are you looking that far ahead? Like, I know I'm going to like tap back into pitching at X point, or you just
that's a really good question. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking right now probably 3 more rounds of hitters.
Right. Yeah.
But I will, like, if 9th round comes around and I'm just like, dude, what? This guy is here. Like,
yes.
All right, I'll do that. You know, I'm not completely blind to the draft. Just about Scherzer and Kershaw, I feel it's really strange. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I imagine Jake is like, dude, too much risk with Scherzer and Kershaw. Get out of here.
And Cruz.
And Kershaw I can live with. Scherzer is a different story.
And Voit.
But I will say this: Kershaw never been bad, and when he does have like 162 game season, his risk is throwing like 170 innings. It's not like 100 innings; it's 170. And in this year, where innings are depressed league wide, that impact is not nearly as large. And I just love the fact that I'm going to start Kershaw every week, and it's going to be great. Like, I'm going to have a wonderful starter there. He did improve last year. I think we kind of forget this. He was a better pitcher in 2020 than he was in 2019. And I'm not talking just like ERA and whip and whatever, which obviously were better. His fastball was harder, and it helped. Like, this is a good thing. Scherzer, I really don't think, like, I was tempted to put him at 5. I really think that 2020 was super weird for him, and he's still super good. Like, he still gets like a 15% overall swing strike rate. His slider is like a 27% swing strike rate pitch still. Like, Scherzer is an elite pitcher still. Mm-hmm. And we kind of forget that, I think, because 2020, like the one season we're all like, we're not going to overreact in 2020.
Oh, everybody is.
All overreacting to
Everybody
2020.
Everybody is. Like, everyone tries to
So,
claim, like, I don't
right.
care about 2020. But yeah, no.
I'm
absolutely.
trying not to care about 2020. I took Kershaw and Scherzer, so that's enough about my team. I've spoken way too much over you guys.
Nick, I got a question for you.
Okay.
I have an unhealthy amount of shares of Zach Eflin. Talk to me about him.
That is unhealthy. You should see a doctor.
That's not good?
No, man. No. Okay, this is the problem with Zach Eflin is it's reliant on his curveball that he introduced last year, right? Like, well, he didn't introduce, he just threw more.
Yep.
28% strikeout rate, but he came with an overall 10% swing strike rate. We generally just don't see that sticking. Think of like Fulton Nevich when he had his 28% strikeout rate, came with a 10% swing strike rate, and it fell, and among other things with Fulte after that. But the curveball was introduced, yeah, but it was only a 13% usage, and actually only half of his starts were with a 10% or higher usage of that curveball, because he even said, oh yeah, that curveball, I want to throw it a lot more, but like I go into my bullpen and I see if I have it or not, and if I don't throw it. And that's not going to change. Like, I don't think that all of a sudden Eflin has found the thing. You know, the trend that he had was like 2 or 3 starts to end of the year when he actually had it for 2 or 3 starts. And then all of a sudden the offseason happened, which is the worst thing that can happen to anyone that's performing well. So it just, oh my God, Justin. Oh my God, Justin.
That is unbelievable.
How can you do this?
How are you still alive? Like, I mean,
oh my God, Justin. I just can't. Justin, how could you do this?
Like, what? I don't even.
So anyway, John, I'm against it. I have Eflin at 70. So, like, you can take him later on, but I've seen people put him, like, in the top 50 or something like that, or around there, and I think it's just too much risk. He has never had a hit per 9 under 9. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm sorry. I wish I
No,
could
that's
help
all
you,
right.
you know?
I just, yeah, that's fine.
I would love to be proven wrong, man. I want the Phillies to have that trio. I think that's a really cool thing if they can do that. Spencer Howard could be someone that comes into his form this year too. And that could be exciting.
Oh no! It's happening. It's happening. He's muted. It's fine.
Does she have a bat?
The scary.
Oh my God.
The scary thing is Fish. Your unhealthy amount of F-wins is a lot of F-wins, because I can imagine how many leagues you got him in.
Well, what's the cost? I mean, what have you been spending for him, though?
What do you want to say?
Not that much. Like
10 leagues?
Drone.
12 leagues?
I mean, he's like my, I probably have him like 11, 12. Yeah. He's, he's like my SP4, SP5, somewhere in there. So it's, it's not going to kill
I hope
me.
it works. I hope it works.
Right. Well, there's upside, right? Like, I mean, you're playing, again, I think goes back to Nick, we were talking about, I think just before you joined, the format, right? Like what game you're playing and what upside you're going for, and how you're constructing these lineups to compete, League of Leagues versus single league, and the difference there.
Yeah, it's so the major thing I see is you can't take as many chances, and it's not necessarily about like, oh, in this round I get this or this round I get that. It's also like there are more positions to fill.
Right.
So it's not even just the amount of like 15 teams versus 12. It's also, I have 5 outfielders and I have a corner and middle infielder. I play like when I give my normal advice, it's for a standard league with 3 outfielders, no middle infielder.
There it is.
All that stuff, and like, so it's so much more about draft your pitchers that you need, and then just go crazy in the second half of your draft, like, and prepare for that.
Justin, are you sleeping with one eye open, or what's happening tonight? I just need to check in on it.
I'm in some trouble.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that, but we just wanted to check in because you muted the mic. Like, for those of you out there who don't do content, like Justin knows content. There was good content coming there. And he muted the microphone to make sure that did not happen on the stream. So
This is very true.
There were decisions made there.
Yes.
Oh man.
So.
Oh, Justin, the things you do for us, sleeping in the shack. Exactly. You're not leaving.
I put on a sweatshirt. I may get that Justin Mason pillow.
I thought I was gonna make a pick live tonight, guys. I've been on deck since I came on and nothing.
Yeah, no. I don't think we're entering the third round in our league either tonight. So the guy on the wheel who made his last pick and then didn't make his second one. I think he must have something going on. So hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, I hope all is well. But
I think someone said his wife is pregnant, so hopefully everything's going okay. And
yeah,
I've had 3 of those. It's fine.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I get a report on every single league because we have like 40 pitcher listers inside of TGFBI. Stupid.
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I know it's definitely more than 29 because I have one of the things
against Troy in mine.
Yeah, one of the things I try to do is not put people who work together in the same league. Right?
You could just filled one up with just pitcherless people.
I could.
Hilarious.
Yeah,
I had a great time.
I try to keep because Friends of Fantasy Benefits has had this issue in the past.
Yeah,
we have less staff now than we ever have because we've kind of cut some people. We cut down a little bit. So, but it's hard because if you got more staff members, I think there's other sites too where it's like they've got so many staff members, like Baseball HQ,
right?
Or RotoWire. It's like sometimes you're going to have to put 2 people from the same site in the same league, but I mean,
it's fun to then know
sorry,
who has what projections, right? Then you start to realize
oh yes, the pitcherless internal projections and no one has, of course.
Exactly right.
But this is why people ask well, why don't you just do it random like NFBC does when they do their leagues and stuff? When more than people sign up for one more or the same league and stuff. It's because Razzball a few years ago, their first run of putting everybody in the leagues, there was 6 people from Friends of Fantasy Benefits in the same league.
Right.
And it's they ended up redoing it and stuff. And it's but this is exactly why, because I don't want pitcher list to have 10 people in the same league.
Mean, they would all be okay with it, but I guess the only reason I bring it up is because I'm getting reports from all of them. We have our channel, we're all talking about our league, so I know about we're in the first round, and this one's the second and the third. Oh man,
it's brutal.
It's what happens, it's part of it. And
but I said earlier, there's no advantage to finishing first. There's actually somewhat of a disadvantage because, and we saw this today, how many people picked Brandon Woodruff or picked Bogarts, and then all of a sudden the news comes out. And so, if people finish 10 rounds ahead of other people, there's going to be more information for those slower drafts than there are for the
I remember 2019, I got Domingo Germán because it was right after Severino was I don't know. I was oh, I'll just take Domingo Germán now, you know?
Or what happened to Eric Cross? He had the flu.
Oh God, we all felt so bad. We all saw the auto. Oh my God.
And he put himself on auto trying to be a good, league mate, goes to sleep because he's got the flu, wakes up having drafted Severino, and then, an hour later, the news breaks that he's done for the year and he's got him in the 5th round. And it's just well, I'm effed,
Yeah. We saw the 4 hours go down. He was sorry guys, I have the flu.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw that it was going to be Severino, and we're
you guys
Cross.
I think you guys
Cross,
were both in my
Cross.
league that year. Yeah, it was just
wake up, Cross.
and again, another reason why I have everybody's phone number this year. So part of the application process this year was you have to give me your phone number so that way I can call you. And it looks like Dan
has phone number.
Yep, everybody. I haven't plugged it into my phone yet, but I do have 435 phone numbers of everybody in TGFBI. Look, I added Dave back, but he's asleep.
Dave's monitor.
It would have been way funnier. Dave? It would have been way funnier if he was on the couch, passed out.
I should have planned that. I didn't know idea you're coming back.
Dan left, so I saw you were still hanging out there, so I just
I
added
was
you back.
enjoying the conversations, listening to you guys. Yeah.
Well, by the way, Jake and Dave, Rotosaurus, great stuff.
Thanks, man.
I love the like predicted rotations and schedules you guys do.
Oh,
underrated. Underrated.
It was great for about 2.5 weeks, and then it got too hard to handle last year.
It's so hard to handle, but it was really helpful.
In the draft prep, we were already using it ourselves. We figured, we might as well share it with people and let you guys use it too. But once the season started, it was a shit show.
School started up, and I just died. I couldn't do it anymore.
It's so hard. I did the you guys notice I do like the list in or maybe I don't. You probably don't know the end of August, and I go through all the schedules
for
the
sure.
rest of the year.
Oh, we follow you.
And that's done in 2 days. It's already broken.
Yep.
I know.
And I'm just like, why did I do this? Why do I even?
It's like futility, man. But
man, that's an extremely underrated aspect of in-season management, though.
Yes,
I mean, that tool is so useful for people that actually realize how important it is. That's really useful.
And I'm hoping the thing I made for analyzing the first 3 rotation swings or whatever actually holds. I wrote that. It took a while, and I wrote at the end of January or whatever. I'm just praying that I can just only change oh, you just changed the rotation order, the schedules, and you guys aren't doing some crazy, I don't know, Bauer-esque, he's going every 5 days, but everyone else is going every 7 or 6. I'm like, oh,
it's such a nightmare. There's nothing worse than spending your time doing something that takes a shit ton of time, and then just right after it comes out, or even right before it comes out, it's ruined. This is the reason why I don't edit podcasts really.
Oh yeah.
I turn around a lot of places will when we first started Friends of Fantasy Benefits, we would record a podcast and it would take 3 or 4 days for it to because the person doing the editing back then was going through, taking out every and ah and
don't do that. Just don't do it. It's not worth
now
your time.
it's people I don't take anything out. All I do is I take out the background noise, and there's a button for that, and then I equalize the volume. There's another button, music on both ends, and there it goes. Unless there's some huge gap where Paul has to get up and answer the door or something.
You should
that.
Still keep that in. We want that. That's what the people want.
I have before. There have been times where I've kept in things that and I'm just talking trash about him as he goes to answer the UPS driver who knocked on the door.
If there's 2 seconds of silence, Jake will edit it. He'll cut it out.
No.
No.
Don't do it, Jake. Perfect. If you really want,
I scroll through. If there's a hole, I'll take it out.
But look,
it's
Jake.
literally a 2-second hole. It's not even a long hole.
Do you guys know the program called the Script? It gets rid of ums automatically, and it gets rid of empty space automatically.
Wow.
Shut up.
If you're doing that, you should consider that. It also has this really crazy thing where you can overdub yourself. You can just, and then you teach it your speech practices, and then you type in the word, and it has your voice to change the words.
Oh my God.
It's a crazy program. It does cost something. It's $20 a month or something like that if you want to.
That's not bad though.
But it's kind of nuts. So consider that. Wow. I don't use it yet. I mean, I'm kind of tinkering with it, but some of the guys on the network do, and it's amazing. So
it's $1 per podcast for you guys, right?
Yeah, there you go.
I was gonna say,
dude, oh my God,
that would be our whole budget.
I mean, whatever. It's one of those things where we had a whole process of hey, you guys want to be a part of this, all that kind of thing, and screw it, they're all good and they all committed to it, and I'm not. I don't know. I'm gonna give them every opportunity to succeed at it. And I know
damn
it's really
for making my queue even bigger.
Yeah, that's the problem is I can't listen to all of them.
Well, I know. It's the stupidest thing to do. 20 podcasts that you can't physically actually listen to all of them.
Yeah, unless you're the baseball pods guy.
Or Yancey.
Yeah.
So. Is there just going to be a separate pitcher list tournament next year where you guys all go against each other and then
I hope so.
The entire play-in games are going to be all pitcher lists.
That's fucked up.
They're gonna have 1/4 of the bracket. Like it's gonna be the entire pitcherless bracket.
I'll say this: I hope the entire network is good enough to justify it. Let's put it that way, right?
I told Chris he needs to extend it around. Like instead of 64 teams, it just needs to be 128.
Yeah.
Well, I want to be out of it. I want to be removed this year. I'm like, whatever. You guys have fun.
He should. Like I said, just remove all the top pods. Like,
Justin, you have the Justin Mason division versus the pitcherless division because you've got, what, 12 pods?
That's true. Yeah.
I didn't campaign at all today. Like I quote tweeted Michael Simeones and said, like, vote for him because he was going to take Dinelson Lamet in the first round of a draft if he won. I want to be in that draft.
Oh man, I just feel bad for the rest of the league. It's like, well, all right, I guess we're playing with 11 instead of 12 people. I don't.
So, but like, yeah, I'm not. I decided like after the first round, like. I decided I'm not going to campaign for myself. If people want to vote for me, I'm not going to stop them. But like, I'm not going to campaign for myself because I want to get people. I want to get the pods that are lesser known exposure. And like, everybody knows who Sleeper in the Bust is. And like, there's no sense in me like trying to win, even though I did find out there's a plaque apparently that you won last year.
Hey.
Yeah.
Please.
Like, if we make it to the finals, I'll start campaigning. Or if we make it to the final four, I'll start campaigning. But
lovely.
Yeah.
I'm a Barker beauty. It's my dream come true.
Yeah.
And
because Paul has our FSWA award. Like, they didn't make two for us. So, like, if we win the bracket, then I'm gonna tell Chris, you send that shit to me. Don't send that shit to Paul.
Absolutely.
But I'm until we get to the final four, final two, whatever, or if we do, I'm not gonna campaign at all. All right, I got another person joining. Who wants to be kicked
guys.
off?
I'll get out.
Oh, you
can really good hang with y'all.
I gotta get to bed too, so I might as well.
Getting out too, Justin. Thank you for having me, buddy.
Final two, whatever. If we do, I'm not gonna campaign at all. All right, I got another person joining. Who wants to be kicked off?
I'll get out.
Matt, you got to turn off the audio from this, so that way, there we go. All right, Matt, you got to turn off the video of you watching this, so that way I don't get back feed. Have you done that? Okay. All right, joining us is Matt Thompson. Matt, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. What league are you in?
Uno.
Oh. Another one of the slow drafts, like literally slow.
Pace now, recently.
Oh, okay, that's good at least. All right, let's see. League One, I'll share your league, and then you can break down your team. What team number are you?
Team 3. Team 3.
All right. Okay. You went against the grain. Didn't go huge pitching.
No, I was. I'll talk through a strategy a little bit. I took Jimenez with the second pick. Eloy. I passed up Flaherty, who I was the top guy on my board, because
did we lose?
There's a couple pitchers left, and as you can see, they all went in between that and my next pick. That wasn't ideal, but I got Corey Seager, who I'm very, very high on, and hopefully, you know what I mean. We can. I still think there's plenty of time to add some arms, but
are you worried about your speed at all, considering you went offense, but you don't have like a huge stolen base guy? I think your internet may be failing you a little bit here, buddy. All right. Well, unfortunately, Matt's internet not working real well. Joe's joining us. Joe, welcome to the show. Are you on mute, Joe?
Yes, I am.
There we go. All right. Joe, what league are you in?
League 5.
All right. I don't think we've seen a League 5 board yet, so I'll be interested to see this one. There we go. And what team number are you?
Oh, God. I think 5. Whatever one has Trout. I'm the most boring team I think you can imagine.
All right, there you go. So, yeah, Trout, Bogarts, Rendon, Sonny Gray, Barrios. There you are. Talk about your team.
Right now, I don't know how I feel about my team. I feel indifferent. Obviously, steals are going to be something I'm going to have to target later. And I think there are a couple of steals guys that I think could really break out. I'm a big Manny Margot guy this year. I'll just throw that out there. I think
am too.
Yeah, I think his power could really be unlocked. I think he still has 20 home run power. Looking at his StatCast data, but he's going to need to unlock some things. But right now, I'm just building a good foundation, just trying to go safety. You guys kind of ruined my night because I did not know Bogarts got hurt, so that one's awful. But I feel like shortstop, I went that pick because Bogarts wasn't my highest ranked player on the board on a player rater value, but shortstop, it's very top heavy, but once you get lower down, it gets really bad really fast.
That's exactly what John was saying earlier tonight.
Yeah, I learned that from I think my first 2 drafts where I was like, I don't really like the shortstop, so I'm going to wait. And then, I waited a little bit too long. I believe that was before Ha-Seong Kim signed, so I had Kim and Cronenworth still. So I got excited up until they had a platoon. So now that one's a little hurting. I don't know. Trout in the 5th. I mean, what do you guys think about Trout this year? You guys liking him, indifferent?
I've been kind of indifferent so far. I mean, to me, he's still, one of the best, if not the best player in baseball from just a real life standpoint. The hard part is everybody's prioritizing speed, and as am I. And so it's hard for me to pull the trigger on him in that top 7 without that speed component. Not to say that he couldn't. I think he's one of those guys that it's really kind of up to him. Like if he wants to steal and the team lets him, like he could probably get back to 25 stolen bases. I just don't know that they're going to let him or he's going to choose to do it. The floor is super safe, right? Like he could be, if he's the number 1 player in fantasy at the end of the year, I'm not going to be surprised. And so like, I don't have a problem with the pick at all. I've seen him go as high as 1. In drafts and as low as like 13th. It's unlikely I'm going to pull the trigger on him in the top 7, but if I'm sitting there at 8 and he's the highest guy on my board, I'm not going to think twice really about taking him.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I almost went Turner. I was tempted, but Trout. I didn't realize this till I was doing my research this offseason. Trout has been on a 50 home run pace the past 2 seasons, and I feel like we just completely ignored it. He's hit his like hard hit rate is like 50%. And he has like a 50% fly ball rate. The dude is just so good. And it's almost like we just take it for granted sometimes, but
I think we do like the idea, like there's been a lot of discussions about like, and then, Dave McDonald, who was just on, said like, between Soto and Trout, it's a no brainer. Like it's not even that close. I think that is hyperbole. Like, I don't agree with that. Like, we could easily see, like I said, Trout be the number 1 player overall. But I think it's an argument, right? And honestly, for me, there's 8 top guys, and I can make an argument for any one of those 8. And so I'm not going to beat up anybody that takes any one of those 8. And if you want to throw Bieber into that as a 9th, like, I'm not going to beat up anybody for taking any of those top 9, in any order in that top 9.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a clear, like not a clear, but this is the first season I think, we've usually had a discussion about top 2 or 3 players last year. It was mostly, I would say Cunha and Trout, but this is the first year I think I've ever seen something where like you can make the case for like 9 players going number 1 overall.
Mm-hmm. What about you, John? Where are you at on Trout this year?
I'm off Trout. I mean, I shouldn't say I'm off him. At the current cost, I'm probably off him. I want to get speed. It's just the way I like to build rosters. I like speed early because I know I can get power later. There's always power throughout the draft, but it's always tough to get some speed where you don't take a huge hit and with the home runs and RBIs and average too. So, but I actually got to hop off. My daughter is crying. So,
all right, buddy. Have a good night. Thanks for joining us.
You too. See you guys. Thanks.
All right, and Matt is back.
Yeah.
Talk about the rest of your team there, Joe. You went hitter at the top, and then you paired Sonny Gray and Jose Barrios, which I kind of like that pairing. Like if you're gonna wait, like those are two guys I think pair well together. You get kind of the inning safety of Barrios and some upside in Sonny Gray. Was that kind of the plan coming in, or were you just saw the safe hitters that you attacked and then kind of put together the start of that rotation?
Yeah, I knew I was probably most of the time. I think I've done about 5 or 6 drafts now, and I think every single one except one I've gone a hitter. I think the one I didn't was when I got like DeGrom as the 8th overall pick, so I was happy with that. But no, I have 100% Anthony Rendon on all my teams. The 3rd, 4th round value on him, I love. That's a potential 300 hitter, 30, 35 home runs, probably depending on what ball they use, and 100 runs, 100 RBIs. But Sonny Gray, I'm very big on this year. Actually, I've been playing around with some peak projections, looking at players when they hit that peak, whatever age it would be, what we could expect. And out of all the players I've done peak projections for, now I had to fix them because I guess we're moving the ball down to a different ball possibly this year. So I took the home run to fly ball rates from 15% to like 12.8. And there are, I believe, 6 players that could have a peak projection xFIP below 3, which, I mean, it's really hard to do, obviously. DeGrom obviously is one. Garrett Cole, Bieber, Bueller, Sixto Sanchez, but if he makes a pitch mix change and gets a little bit more strikeouts, he's like 2.99, so very close. And then the last guy was Gray. Gray's pitches, his curve and slider are absolutely just filthy. He's going to get a lot of swings and misses. He gets a lot of ground balls. Yeah. I think the only fear is possibly his walk rate. But if he has a 9% walk rate but strikes out, 28 to 30% of the batters and almost doubles has 2 times more ground balls and fly balls, I'll take him all day. I think he has top 10 potential as an SP, and I believe last year before he blew up in one game, he was a top 10 starting pitcher. So I think the innings will be there. He does have a little bit of an injury concern with his past, but I'm thinking as long as he stays healthy, he could probably return top 15 value. And then with that injury concern, Barrios, I was kind of joking with the guys in my draft. I was like, I might have the most boring team you've ever seen to start a draft. but Barrios, I'm not expecting like a big bounce back, or no, I shouldn't say bounce back, but a breakout from Barrios. But, with innings being at a premium this year, I think, he's one of the few guys that could get to that like 180 innings threshold if we do get to there. I think his K rate will probably be around, 25%, walk rate around 7%. And I mean, that slurve and changeup combo, he's going to be able to pitch to left and right-handed batters. So I think he just gives me a safe innings threshold, which will be very important for me this year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Barrios guy. I always have been. And he's one of those guys that I think people are like, maybe it's like prospect fatigue, where like he was the number one pitching prospect for a while. And people are like, well, this is going to be a stud. And he's never really taken it to that ace level yet. But I mean, you look at what he's done. I'm thinking about, I'm doing the numbers off the top of my head. So like 2019, I believe it was 200 and a third. And then 2018 was like 192 and a third. I could be a little bit off there. Like he's just
that was impressive. I think you're right.
He's just like a volume guy, and it was like 67 or something like that last year. He's like a volume guy, but like he's never really been bad either. He hasn't been elite yet. But like he's 26, 27. Yeah. It's like I'm not saying like at this point in his career that he can't take that next step, and you've already got the volume. I like it a lot. My biggest concern with Gray has always been injury. I don't like the mechanics. He's got a slight frame. When he did get injured a couple years ago, I was like, okay, here it is. This is because the mechanics are like wonky in the same way that like Lincecum's mechanics were wonky, and we saw the breakdown after the huge inning seasons for Lincecum. It hasn't happened yet. I mean, we had the one injury, but then he's been fine. I do worry about the injuries with injuries popping up at some point with Gray. But at this point, like, you have to kind of just go to the well and hope it doesn't happen this year.
His struggles in New York were like pitch mix issues he was having with the Yankees too. Didn't kind of agree with how they wanted to do things. And I don't remember exactly what the details were. I don't.
Yeah, they wouldn't let him throw. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah,
his curveball, right?
Yeah,
they said throw your slider and not your curveball.
That might have been it. Yeah, right. And he had a real bad homer problems, and that's exacerbated by that ballpark and all that stuff. Barrios' struggles at the beginning of his career, he was one of those guys. Not many people know this, but the major league ball and the minor league ball are very different. He was one of the guys. He would have a hard time because he kind of went up and down a little bit in his career, up minors, majors, and he was having a tough time going back and forth between the different baseballs. And he loses feel for his breaking ball. And if you watch Barrios pitch, his breaking ball is he's very dependent on it, as most guys are. And he, obviously he's not worried about going down anymore, so he's been able to throw with the major league ball. But he would throw his minor league bullpens with the major league ball. He had to carry them with him because he had to bring his own. They made a big deal out of it. He had to have his own baseballs with him. And it's worked out for him so far, but weird quirks like that you kind of can't put in can't factor for why players might struggle a little bit in the beginning of their careers.
See, that's why I love prospect guys. They know a lot more about that stuff than me.
This is why I love Matt. Matt's my guy, dude. Co-owner, Friends Fantasy Benefits. Over at Prospects Live, like he's the guy I lean on when it comes to the prospect stuff, and I mean not just the prospect stuff too. Major league stuff as well. And I am sending, let's see. I'm sending the link to my wife so she can join the chat.
There we go.
So let's see. She's a little nervous because she's been anxious about like how she's doing. I think she's like putting together a team that could theoretically
I haven't seen her team yet. I'm sure it's fine, but I haven't seen it.
I mean, hey, at least she didn't draft a hurt guy in the second round.
Yeah, see, like she's I told her all she's got to do is avoid the landmines and she'll be fine. I think she's done that so far. And
I got 3 bats with no speed. And
yeah, so Matt, talk about your team because you were breaking up before. So
yeah,
talk about what you've put together.
I was pretty happy to get Soto with the 3rd pick because I would have taken him 2nd if I had the 2nd pick. I might have even considered taking him over Tatis number 1 to be honest, but. So I got Soto at pick 3, which I was very happy with. I took Eloy Jimenez. He was far and away the top bat on the board in my 2nd pick, coming back around. And I had a couple pitchers queued up. Jack Flaherty was the guy I was debating going back and forth with Eloy. I said, I'll wait on some pitchers. There's Flaherty, Kershaw, Woodruff. We're all kind of on the board right there. And then who goes right in between that? All 3 of those pitchers go off the board. So I wanted to stay true to my ranks that early, and I went with Corey Seager because I think he's healthy. He's going to play 160-plus games. He's durable as all hell besides the fluky stuff. Hi, Danielle. And I stuck with maybe I should have pivoted off Seager and took somebody with a little more speed. I debated going Kyle Tucker, but then again, I already had 2 outfielders and didn't want to put too much youth. With Tucker, I fully don't trust him yet with Dusty Baker, and maybe that's on me, but that's where I got.
I love Tucker, man. I really do think he has like 40-25 upside. Like, I don't know if he's going to get there.
There's some guys I want to take later that can give me some speed. I can't say them on here because I'll probably get sniped. But there's a lot of targets I have that I can make up some speed without. I'm sure they're not any secret names everybody already knows about, but I'll take them earlier than if I have to. It's part of the game. So.
All right, Danielle, I'm going to share your team. You ready?
No.
How you feeling, Danielle? How you doing about this? What's Justin been helping you or leaving you in the cold?
I'm trying as much as I can to not have
Let's
Justin
see if I can
help
see
me.
which team yours is. I don't know what team yours is. Let me try to guess.
Okay.
I have no idea, so let me try to guess. I will say, guessing, but I'll say you're team 3.
No.
Okay.
All right. Nope. I am team 7.
Okay.
So she started off Cole, Machado, Merrifield, Hader, Grisham.
You addressed the elephant in the room. You got to close it right away because that's going to be hell this year. There's like 7 teams that have a closer, and there's 30 teams. So, yeah. Merrifield is one of the most underrated fantasy guys, so that's a good pick. Frank Grisham's going to pop this year. I like that squad. Machado's is good for 30 home runs and 100 RBIs as you can get. And Garrett Cole's Garrett Cole. Nice job so far.
Thank you very much. I would say probably the Hader pick was the most difficult for me.
It's hard to draft closer because you're giving up other stuff. But.
Yeah. So I did a lot of debating on that, banging my head on the table, asking the baby for advice. She was absolutely no help whatsoever.
Neither's mine. My son didn't help me either.
I even tried to get her to just point to the screen and make the pick for me, and she refused, screamed, and got down from the chair. So that was the end of that.
Keyboard. He just pounds on the keyboard and likes the screen light up and makes noise.
Well, my screen is a touch screen, so
you
can actually make stuff happen if she does that, which can be a little dangerous most of the time. So, for the most part, I'm pretty happy with my team. I'm still, not totally sure of what I'm doing. I reached out to some people just for some feedback. And for the most part, I'm trying to not go to Justin for, hey, who should I go for? But I'm going to him to, hey, am I looking at this information in the correct way? Yeah. Am I reading these websites correctly? And this is what I think it's telling me. Is that right? Because it's all still very new to me. So other than that, I'm really trying to stay away from, hey, who do you think I should pick? Because I've done that with football. And then, he always, look, I helped you get a championship, or, I got you into the, I don't want that happening with this.
Well, and what I wanted was you to do exactly what you've been doing, which is not ask people who you should take, but get the information, get the research, do the research, and kind of make your own decisions on your strategy and your execution of that strategy. And I think you're doing a really great job, which is, in a way, makes me really happy, and in another way makes me really upset because you haven't fucked up.
And I'm so sorry.
I'll be honest, when I made my first pick, Turner, that was pretty easy. It came around to me in the second round, and there was part of me was like I was really thinking about, man, I'm tempted to take Mondesi, even though I already had Turner, and I knew would have been kind of a YOLO stupid move. But one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons I didn't do it is because Danielle's drafting a solid team right now. I have to beat her, so I need to play it a little bit smarter than maybe I want to right now. And so that's why I didn't take Mondesi in the second. But yeah, you know what? I know I've already told you this today. You're drafting a really, really good team, a really solid team, and you can't really win your league in the first 5 to 10 rounds, but you can lose it. And I don't think you're losing it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, that's a really good team.
I'm losing it mentally a little bit and stuff, but at least my team is doing okay. I didn't really have much of a plan. I really thought that we would get through 2, maybe 3 rounds today. And so I still had time because, the weekend with Podapalooza, that took up a bunch of time. And so I thought I'd have time to make a few picks, have that set, and then spend this evening kind of planning out the rest of what I maybe wanted to do. And that didn't happen. My league, everything was going really, really quickly, at least until I mucked things up with the Hader pick, because I actually had to do some work for a little while. So I slowed things down there. But, Cole, that was an easy pick. Even the Machado pick, that was an easy pick. then after that, I chose that I wanted to go after stolen bases, and so I did, and that's how I got to pick 3. And then I had to choose between Hater and Rilamuto. That's where I was kind of not sure of what I wanted to do and where I was willing to miss out. So,
and I mean,
go ahead.
Yeah, the Real Muto pick, or Real Muto versus Hater, and I told you this when you were making your decision because you asked me who would you take, and I said honestly I wouldn't take either. I mean, but if I'm choosing between them, I'm probably gonna lean Hater. As much as I love Real Muto, and I do love the advantage he gives you at the catcher position, catchers get hurt, and now he's already hurt, and it's just I'm not messing around with that. And I mean,
not only is he hurt, it's his thumb. Those linger too for catchers. Doesn't really
yeah. And so, I mean, for me, it's just one of those things where I don't like taking a guy who's already hurt, especially at a position that tends to get hurt this early in the draft. If you're going to make that kind of gamble, I want to make it later as opposed to in the first 5 rounds when you're setting that base. So it wouldn't have been a bad pick. And so, I didn't think your process was off at all, debating the two. And I don't think Hater's a bad pick either. Yeah, I mean, I think you're doing just fine, babe. I think you're doing great. Talk about your last pick, your 5th rounder.
So with the last one, I was taking a look at either Grisham or Judge. So, and at least what I was processing through is that it seemed like Grisham was kind of on an upswing. He did really well last year, and even though it was a short season, he still had a lot of production. It was an increase from the year before, and with him being a young guy, it just seemed like he was moving up. And as I told Justin, Judge, I know that he has had health issues. At least that's what I was reading on the websites I was looking at. So he's older, and even though I think it's really great to get into yoga for flexibility and looking at that, I still felt that it would be better to go with Grisham and take a chance on that than the risk of Judge. I tried to remember what everybody told me of, go with somebody solid, somebody who's going to help you out in a lot of categories and not necessarily the rock star. And so this was one of my stay away from the rock star. Drugs and rock and roll are bad moves.
No, that's good. I think a lot of people forget the game theory part of it. They just look at the players. But that's a smart way to go.
So now, do you guys have a side bet going on with if you finish higher than Justin, he has to, I don't know, get rid of his Justin Mason onesie or something?
Oh my God. Okay, number one, that swimsuit is actually mine. And sadly enough, as everybody found out, that stupid pillow is mine too. I swear to God. I don't know any woman who comes out of massive surgery, having a baby and everything else that happened, and is thrilled to get a freaking pillow with a cartoon face of their husband on it. I would have been happier with a box of chocolates. That would have gone over a lot better than that pillow.
In my defense, it was originally one of your 2 birthday presents.
That doesn't make it better, buddy.
No. It wasn't the only birthday present you got, so let's not act like it was a joke present. It was one of 2, and you just had the baby early. That's all, and so it just kind of coincided. If I had known you were going to be having the baby, I would have brought chocolates.
You're probably better off not doing a present and just waiting and giving.
So are you telling me getting my girlfriend a big pillow of my face is not a good idea?
It's not.
No, you should get her a big pillow of my face.
Oh, thank you. That's it.
Yeah.
I will say though, because the baby was in the hospital for about 7 weeks after she was born. And so we left the pillow in the hospital with her so that she could see Dad's face all the time. And she does recognize that face is her dad. Mm-hmm. So if any of us put the shirt on, she knows that's Daddy.
That's awesome.
How many nurses do you have to explain that to while you had the pillow of your face?
They thought the shirts and the pillow were amazing. They absolutely loved it. Every time I'd walk into the hospital, because we were in that hospital for a few weeks, and then we were in another hospital for even longer. So I'm walking in with a different shirt every day. They thought it was hilarious. They thought it was great. Nurses would see me walk in and run around the ward just to like see what shirt I was wearing that day. Yeah, they thought it was fantastic because they're right. I mean, it is fantastic.
They were much more amused by it than I was. We had a discussion on what kind of side bet we should do. I don't think we've agreed on anything yet.
Yes.
There were some suggestions about.
There will be a side bet. We have not agreed to terms yet.
Yeah, there was a suggestion of a tattoo.
Is there a handicap or is it just straight up?
The question is like, what would the tattoo have to be of? Because one, I mean, while I do have 16 tattoos, I have not had a tattoo in over 16 years at this point. And so like, I don't mind getting a tattoo, but like, I don't want garbage on my body necessarily any more than I already have, because all my tattoos were gotten when I was like 18, 19, 20 years old. And like, so like, and I don't want like something like I'm gonna like garbage on Danielle's body either. So like, it's
I appreciate that. Somebody suggested getting the face of our worst draft pick tattooed on our body.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Not doing that. Absolutely not.
I don't want to be like getting romantic and look down and see Trent Grisham.
I mean, what about the Justin Mason face?
That's what I was going to say.
I would do that, but I don't think Danielle would do that. Like, I would totally do that, but I do not think Danielle wants to. And I don't know that I want to see, again, like, if Danielle and I are getting down to business, right? Like, I don't want to look down and see my face.
No, wait, I've got the perfect solution. I will just get it tattooed on the bottom of my big toe. We're not big feet fetish people.
There you go.
I don't have to worry when it's romance
Doesn't
time.
he already have a shirt with it on the toe?
Yeah, he has
There you go.
toes and all those things. And then I could be stepping. So when I'm really mad, I'll just smush my foot down on the ground and feel like I'm smashing your face.
There you go.
Feet tattoos hurt a lot.
I don't have any tattoos, so I'm boring like that.
Michael's wondering what he got into.
No, this is old hat for me, Joe. This is just another day at the office.
What's up, Mr. Gobier?
What's up, Matt? How you doing?
I can't believe there's still people watching this at this point. But I mean, I appreciate everybody watching. But if you're watching and you want to comment like where tattoos should go, feel free, or what tattoos we should get if Danielle beats me. I will totally say, if I lose and you want to do a tattoo bet, like, I'll get a Justin Mason tattoo. I mean, as long as it's not like on my neck or my face.
Do several small teardrops of Justin Mason.
Justin Mason.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know that this is a win for me. I don't know about this. It's getting ruined. I did like the idea of Justin having to do the silhouette challenge, but wearing the Justin Mason swimsuit. I think that might be fun.
I mean, I'll do that, but like, I don't think that one. I mean, I've clearly like walked around and done videos and pictures in that bathing suit. So like, I don't think that is like that. Like, I don't care.
Been there, done that, bro.
Yeah, I don't think that one is very
old news.
Yeah, I don't think it's penalizing. I did the Fast Times at Ridgemont High wearing it, so
that's my favorite.
So like, I don't think it's that is a big one. But I mean, if you come up with terms, babe, you know, as long as it's not like insane, I'll pretty much do anything. So outside of letting you play the main event instead of me.
There's video evidence of him saying he'd pretty much do almost anything. So
correct.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're gonna have to talk about these terms in private then, because I know what I want.
Oh. Yeah, I think it has to be something that has to be publicly displayed. I
mean, don't rule anything out.
No. That was not specified, so I will discuss it later tonight when you're done with all of this. All right, we've monopolized enough of this with our grossness. Somebody else talk.
Well, I just want to pop on and say hi to you, by the way, because I saw you on here real quick. Sorry, and I saw Joe on here and Matt. Hi, and Joe, Matt. I've never really met you guys in person, so it's good to see you guys.
Yeah, you too, man.
Good to see you, Michael.
And
I've never met Joe before today, and it's been great talking to him.
I think your energy goes well with my lack of. So,
you know, you look so relaxed and calm, and that's That's something I kind of envy. I definitely do. I actually had a different view of what Joe would look like. It's so funny what you think people will look like. You guys ever think, you ever see a Twitter handle and you interact with the people, but you don't really know what they look like. You haven't seen a clear picture.
Trying to put
like
the voice to the face you think of. Right.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Like I said this to Chris from Baseball Pods last weekend. I thought that when I first saw his tag online last year, I thought he was like an 18, 19-year-old nerd, like some teenager, late teens, who was like, oh, look at this cool little kid. He's organizing all the baseball podcasts into one realm. Isn't that sweet? And I could not have been more wrong. So it's funny.
That happens to me all the time because, like, especially when I first started doing this, like you listen to people or you read their work and you get this idea of what someone looks like, right?
Yeah.
And it's only recently that the video components of things have really become popular. It's really been in the last year or so. And so it's like, when I first went to Tout Wars or first went to FPAS and you meet people and it's like, oh no, this isn't right. Like, it's like when you read a book and then they make a movie out of it and you go, that is not the right character. That is not how this person's supposed to talk or look. And the one that always stands out in my mind is Clay Link. Like, and like, I met Clay and I was like, no, that doesn't, I love Clay. Clay's like one of my favorite dudes in the industry, but like having heard him on podcasts and read his, written work, I was all like, that doesn't work. Like the only person in the industry that I've like been like, okay, that voice matches exactly what I thought they looked like is Derek Van Riper.
Huh.
Like
That's
he
fair
like
statement too. Yeah.
Like I still expected him to be more burly and like Paul Bunyan like, but
oh really?
Oh yeah. Well, come on.
I mean, he lives
Derek
up
Van
in
Riper,
snow-covered Wisconsin, so can't be too,
That's another point, man. Exactly. It's funny because you don't get that reality of the person's mannerisms and the experience yet, and that's why I can't wait till all this shit ends. So maybe could see people in real life again. I've missed out on so much, and I say this a lot because I got into the game about a year ago, and it's right when COVID started, and it ruined the opportunity to go to events like the main event. If I wanted to do the main event, I can't.
I very much recommend First Pitch Arizona as well. If anyone's
First Pitch Arizona is. I really think it's mandatory for people. It should be mandatory for people. Like it's so much fun, and I said this on Podapalooza, but it's one of those events where like the baseball games are great. Don't get me wrong.
So that's the extra highlight for me. Yeah.
And the panels are great. Like you learn a lot from the panels, like especially like the NFBC panel. I learned a ton from Dave Potts and Vlad.
But it's all about the in-between time, right? It's not about that bullshit.
It is all about the in-between time. Like getting to sit down. Like I sat down with Matt Modica and Rob Silver one night, and they smoked cigars and drank scotch, and I had my cigarettes and my energy drinks, and we just bullshit about NFBC strategy for like 4 or 5 straight hours. And it was like, I learned so much from that conversation.
It's so worth it too to stay at the hotel of the conference. I've only been there once, but I mean, just stay at the hotel for the conference. Don't worry about transportation. There's enough people that have it. You split it with people, and it's a lot of things you're trying to think about. People renting cars and stuff. You don't really need to do that.
I rented a car, but everybody was in my car all the time.
Nice. Well, that's another way for you to connect with people, especially if you're newer too, right?
Yeah. I'm not saying freeload. Obviously, pay for your way, but like you don't have to fully rent a car.
Freeload. Let's do it, man. Come on.
I let people freeload, but it was, it was like one of those things where, like, I got sat down with Jason Gray one night and just bullshitted with him, and like getting like professional MLB scout, like getting to pick his brain, like getting to pick like just the smartest dudes and chicks in the industry.
And from my point of view, you get to see baseball players that you don't get to see being an isolated part of the country. You know what I mean?
Well,
and league, I mean, you're sitting right on top of everything.
And that's the thing. It's a First Pitch, or Arizona Fall League is like what spring training used to be. Because it used to be you could go down to spring training. Like when I was a kid, I went down to spring training a few times, and like you really got almost like you could get right up next to the players and interact with them and things like that. You can't do that anymore at spring training. It's
all commercial.
It's way too big. but like, you know, a lot of the people had like press passes and stuff, and were going and talking with players and
myself.
Like, yeah, I mean, it's just like, and like even me not having a press pass, like there were times where I sat close enough where players like just talked,
Right.
and I got front row. You get to pick your own seats. So like I sat behind home plate a bunch and, you know, and stuff. And I was never more than 5 rows up except for at the All-Star game. So like it's like if you don't go to FPAS, you're totally missing out.
Yeah, no, I second everything you said there.
Yeah, I was telling Danielle, I said, you're going to have to help me because my girlfriend wants to take a vacation. And I was like, all right. I was telling her about first pitch. I don't think it's happening this year, but next year I was talking about going, and I was like, you might have to help me out because I might be in a little bit of trouble. So she's gonna.
I'm gonna take the whole family. I mean, you know, especially the hotel they had last year, and I think they're gonna do it again. You know, this year.
Oh yeah, there's a pool.
There was, you know, huge pool, and you know, it's kind of perfect for if you wanted to bring your family. And so, you know, we're gonna make I have a half brother that I met for the first time at that first pitch I went to.
Really?
Yeah, so he's, you know, he's my dad's first kid, and it just happened that he lived. I finally found him right before then, and he lives in Albuquerque, and so he drove to Arizona, and we met for the first time there, and so we're gonna make a family trip and go meet the rest of his family and let him meet, you know, our family and stuff. And but yeah, we're next time first pitch, we're definitely going to be there, and the whole family's going.
Yeah, your brother was the only reason I let you go that time. Because,
when you agreed to it, I hadn't connected with him yet. I was just gonna drive to New Mexico because I had a copy of his birth certificate, even though I didn't know where he was. And like I was gonna try to go find him, and then in between that time, I found him and connected with him.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the baby's first birthday, and I told Justin this was a good chance for him to drive to Albuquerque and try and find his brother. So he should go to first pitch. The baby would have no idea that he was gone, and it all worked out.
Yep.
Although I've never ever let him live it down that he missed the baby's first birthday. So it was a bonus win for me. Just one more thing to tease him about. Yay for me! And yeah, I'm gonna hang out with Joe's girlfriend if we all end up going at the same time. Joe's girlfriend and I are gonna hang out. She doesn't know me, but I'm awesome, so she'll enjoy it. And then, you know, you guys can do what you do, and maybe I'll catch a few games and watch some hot players.
Yeah, you deserve it. You deserve the opportunity. Come on now. You need to do some more scouting too, since you're in the game.
Oh, we'll see. I don't know. After how stressful this is and the time-consuming factor,
Come on. Stressful
we'll see if
my
I do this
ass.
again.
You know this doesn't matter. It's just a stupid ass game. Come
You're
on.
playing with house money, Danielle. You're doing well.
Well, and that's what I've been telling her. Like the expectations for her could not be lower from everybody, right? I mean, if Danielle finishes dead last, no one's going to bat an eye. They're just going to go, it's the first time she's playing, you know, who cares, right?
The beauty of it is she won't finish dead last. And
that's what I've said. Like, as long as she sets her lineup every week and does fab, she'll beat 50 to 100 people. I promise her. It's just going to happen. Like, so, and if she does set her lineup and do fab and drafts a good team in the same time, she'll probably finish middle of the pack. Like, and so, yeah, like as long as nothing drastic happens, you know, you lose your top 2 pitchers, you know, you got screwed, and and everybody will go, you got screwed because everybody will be talking about it.
Well enough, or she'll be in tout next year. Watch.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be quite the escalator ride for you. Very impressive. If that.
No, you know what's I'm changing the subject a little bit. You know what's tough is drafting this, and then I'm drafting a TDBC league right now too.
Mm-hmm.
Dynasty. It's a 5-year dynasty league at the same time. Both drafts started today, so it's been bouncing back and forth between a 5-year dynasty league and this league has been.
I started
mind warp.
I started a different draft, a 12-team league, a few days ago, and I did it so that way Danielle could kind of do it with me and learn the system and stuff. Yeah. We ended up falling behind on everything. It didn't happen. And now I'm like regretting joining this league because I wanted to be able to just focus on TGFBI. Like I don't want to have to, and like it's not like it's, it's an NFBC 50. It's
No,
not like,
but I mean, everyone knows you, so you can't just throw the league.
yeah, and it's like I don't want to, and I invested money in it. I don't want to
Well, that too, right?
Yeah, I don't want to just flush that down the toilet or anything, but like I really want to just focus on TGFBI and not worry about anything else other than like live drafts that I've got to do and stuff that are coming up. But,
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do all this.
Yeah, it takes practice and repetition and over and over again. Some of these are decades of experience for some of these people. So
yeah,
just remember that.
Which I did none of this year, so I'll be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing for 20 years. Mike, you've been playing for what, 20 years too, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like, we have so much practice at doing this kind of thing that, you're going to be fine.
Nature.
Yeah, you're going to be fine. Like, I know it's stressful and it adds to your anxiety that you already have and stuff. But, like, at the same time, like, really, you got to remind yourself at times that there shouldn't be much pressure on you because you're free rolling.
It's as fun as you can make it too. You mean you're fun on Twitter as it is anyway, so this just gives you more content. So I mean,
thanks, Matt.
Just stay funny like you always are. Use your funniness and your zingers on Twitter and apply the same attitude.
Because I don't want to be on her bad side. So
it's not a good place to be.
Well,
don't worry, Justin's taking up most of it right now.
I mean, and no one's gonna like. Unless you make a pick without like even like talking it out with somebody, like
just
no one's gonna let you make a. No one's gonna let you.
Just don't draft anybody out for the year.
Like no one's gonna let you make an atrocious pick, right? Like if you go completely off the rails on your own, like that's your bad. But you haven't been doing that. You've been talking it out with me. You've been talking it out with other people. And if someone's out for the year, I'm not gonna just sit here and be like, I'm gonna be like, no, that guy is getting Tommy John. Like, don't touch him, or that guy. That guy's suspended.
You're not gonna let her draft Dinelson Lamet in the first round.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna let her do something stupid or something.
No Bogarts for me.
Yeah, no Bogarts for you.
I would say that.
Fine. I think Bogarts is fine personally.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier, but people are getting paranoid,
Well, that's
because there's no other news. We actually have real news, and then it's like.
And that's the thing. Everybody overreacts right now. Like I talked about this a little while ago, and it's like I was thinking about Bogarts for my third round, and he's still in my queue right now, but. Like, I'll likely go away from it, but that's only because I have Trey Turner already. I already have a shortstop. So I'll use that as a tiebreaker.
And that's what I was going to say. I took Seager over Bogarts. That's probably the tiebreaker on that.
Yeah. So, like, he'll probably be fine, but because I've already got guys that I value the same amount and I already have that position filled, then I'll probably just pass on him. But I have him in other leagues already, and I'm not worried like that I've wasted that draft capital.
Interesting.
At this point, I'm really glad that I have all the MLB and ESPN notifications that come through my phone. So I actually get notifications of. Plus, I joined the Discord for Friends with Fantasy Benefits. And so everybody's always chatting and the notifications are constantly coming up on my phone. So even if I don't see it in the news, somebody's going to bring it up in one of those chats and I'll see that. And so it's helping me stay up to date on all the different
certain
things.
Channels on there too, I believe. So figure out the settings you can mute stuff so you don't get notifications for anything but what you want.
Oh, nice. Because, I know baseball cards are cool and all and hats are nice, but I'm not really in the market.
Yeah,
No,
you can. There's click on a channel, and then I believe you can go up to click on the name of the channel, then the settings, and you can mute the channel. So
yeah.
Oh, awesome!
You're
a lifesaver,
You're
Matt.
totally
Thank you.
connected. Yeah, you're connected, so you're probably not going to miss much now. Helps you. Your husband is who he is as well. So the bummer will be when Fab every week you get to relive this anxiety every Sunday when Fab comes around.
That'll be the experience.
Yeah. You're not playing with Flat Sedler, are you?
No, she's got Todd Zola in her league. She's got Draft Cheat in her league. I can't remember who else.
Fab is the most.
He's not a big fan of me today.
I've not,
but that's okay.
I'm pretty terrible at Fab myself. So.
I put Draft Sheet in her league just for the entertainment value of it.
I asked for it. I wanted it. So, and he had said today that he put himself on auto draft so that things would be faster for me, so that I would have to pick more quickly. And I had work to do, and so I went ahead and did the work, and yeah, they had to wait. So
that's how it's done. I'm really impressed. Just take your time with Fab. It's a nightmare sometimes. And even like Matt said, people played many years. Fab can just mess with your head, and you're going to pick an amount of money. Yeah, right. You pick an amount of money that you think will work, and then you realize it doesn't after the fact. You just got to accept that. Don't beat yourself up on that. Yeah.
Some people think there's a science to it, but I don't really know.
There is not, because all it takes is one rogue person to throw off everything.
Yep.
I can overthink the most simple and ridiculous things. So here's the thing. I'm not going to worry too much about the fact that I get anxious about all this, because I get anxious about everything. It's just how it is. And I'm just going to keep on going and moving forward with it.
Perfect attitude.
So, I'm still making my picks. I'm still, doing the research that I can with the tools that I know and understand, and I'm just going with it. And, what's the worst that could happen? There's really not a whole lot of, even the worst thing that could happen is not that bad of a thing. So
this is a free league. I mean, it's not one of those leagues where your husband puts all that money down. It's one of these free leagues.
And I'm not worried really, about even my reputation, because let's say Justin beats me. I can just delete my Twitter account. It's fine.
We don't want that.
Well, I mean, but that's the thing. Like, if I beat you, everybody's going to be like, oh, the professional fantasy analyst beat his wife who'd never played the game before.
What if he doesn't beat his wife?
If you beat me, that's the stakes right there. It's like that. Like, if you beat me, like, how do I have to delete my Twitter account? Like, you think
You're welcome, everybody.
Yeah, you think I haven't been able to live down my first main event? Like, not being able to live, I won't be able to live down you beating. I could win the main event overall this year and lose to you in TGFBI, and the only thing anybody will ever talk about is the fact that you beat me in TGFBI.
Was that main event team? Was that the one that was always hurt?
Yeah.
15 players.
So what happened was I drafted, I think, 4 or 5 guys that were either starting the year in the IL or were injured. And I drafted some high risk, high reward players as well. And so, because I thought the way to win an overall back then was, and we'll get to your question.
Here in a second, real quick. Yeah.
But, I thought the way to win an overall was, you need to, takes a lot of gambles, right? And then the gambles come together, you bust up in front of everybody. And of course, that isn't what happens, because you take that many gambles and then it's just like winning the lottery. Like, everything has to be perfect in order for it to happen. And so what happened was a bunch of the guys that weren't injured that I drafted got hurt. Stanton went down, and that was that was like the beginning of his like real injury issues. Scott Kingery went down. Huh?
Never mind.
Scott Kingery went down. Martin Maldonado went down moments after I made the pick. So I ended up, like I had said, like in that draft, like leaving that draft, I was all I have to do is make it till May, and I'm gonna win this league. And I didn't make it till May. Like, I had to work really hard in that league not to finish dead last in the overall of the main event. I lost 23 of the 30 guys I drafted hit the IL. And so, like, I had to drop a lot of those guys that I, invested draft capital in as stashes. And it crushed me. If you look at the, other people on my team, I had, a lot of guys who broke out that year and really exceeded their draft, spot. Austin Meadows, I got in the 17th round. Victor Robles, I got late. He had a huge year. I drafted some really, really good guys, but the amount of guys that I had rostered to begin with that were injured, and then the amount of injuries I had, killed me. And I learned from it, and I had a much better finish this year in the main event. Came down to the last at bat of the season, and I dropped from 3rd to 4th in my league out of the money. And so that was a huge bummer. But I really feel like if it had been a full season with the team I drafted, I might have won that league. So I feel pretty good about going into this year with the main event, my 3rd year in it. And I learned a lot.
Yeah.
I obviously have
that
not
year,
learned enough.
I'm pretty sure I set the men pick on Austin Meadows. I believe I took him 4th overall in a draft. It was an all sleeper team, so I was only allowed to draft players with an ADP.
Oh, okay. I was
150.
like, whoa.
You need to lead with that caveat first.
Yeah, I did. My all sleeper team, I think, finished 3rd last year though, so it wasn't too bad.
Nice.
Yeah, I got to run. I wanted to pop on to see how Danielle was doing with her pod and her overall, learning stuff about TGFBI and your team. I hope it's going well and you're not being too bummed out about yourself. So
No, I'm not too bummed out. Anxious maybe, but I'm not too bummed out. I think even despite feeling like I'm flailing a bit, I think that I've hit pretty good choices so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
That's awesome. And I want to say thanks to Joe, the kind words you said on Twitter today. Very cool, man. Nice to meet you in person.
Oh,
thank you for that.
Nice to meet you. I'm always impressed with what you do on Twitter. And also, if you ever want me to hop on, dude, you bring the energy, man. If you ever want me to hop on the other podcast, I'll say this real fast. Hit me up. I don't know if you know my full story, but if you look through my Twitter feed somewhere, there's probably a Google Doc on it, and you can read about it.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, Danielle's going to be on tomorrow night. First day pod, I assume, is what you're referring to. So, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check that out.
Very good stuff.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow night, Danielle. Thanks, Justin. Matt, talk
Sounds
to you
good.
later.
See you
Have a
later.
great night.
See you, Michael.
Nice to meet you.
Bye-bye.
So I'm gonna actually share. I can share my draft from that original main event team.
Want me to hit this dude's question real quick?
Yeah. Answer his question.
Do that.
Yeah.
All right, and actually, I'm gonna bounce out because since I spent so much time on the draft, I have to go do work for my other job, my actual job. I know. So thanks, guys. It was great seeing you.
Great meeting you.
Great meeting you too. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye, babe.
Thanks. Bye.
I was wondering what the ruin. I figured it was IPA, but I see now it's a brewery in I'm assuming San Diego, not South Dakota. But cool. No, Kelnick. We had a pronunciation squabble the other day, but
okay, so it's Kelnick.
It's
Okay.
Kelnick. Everyone keeps saying Kelnick. It's Kelnick, 2 syllables. Long story short, man, he's a true 5-tool guy. There's not many of those out there. Every tool is above average or better. He was probably major league ready last year. If there was a season, he's probably already up. He probably should have been up last year, but I think the Mariners let their thoughts already out of the bag on that. He's got a good walk rate. He's going to be a good OBP guy. 25, 30 home runs. I almost kind of expect 25 home runs out of the gate in a full season, to be honest. I mean, the exit velocity numbers and launch angle numbers we got from Alternate Site, we got the access to the data, are phenomenal. It would put him up with some of the elite hitters in the game. And I think he's going to steal 20 bags. As long as the Mariners seem to run a lot as a team, I see no reason why they'd put the brakes on Kelnick. And man, maybe he struggles a little bit against lefties out of the gate, but maybe 250, 25 and 20. I think if he gets a full at bat, if he gets full season at bats, I think that's very within the possibility for this year. And I think at his peak, I think he's a top 2 round fantasy player. He's that good.
What percentage chance do you think he's up opening day?
Higher than it would have been without all this
a month ago. Yeah.
Because you got to remember this. When Mather was talking, he referenced 2019 with Kelnick as far as coming up. And then he mentioned that there was no chance of him coming up in 2020. Remember, he said that those were his quotes. He's an executive for a team. Kelnick can still file a grievance through his agency. That can go as soon as the day he's up. he can file a grievance claiming that this should have been 18 months ago or whatever. You know what I mean? Because that's what that guy pretty much said. So I'm sure they've talked to him, and it's multiple times. You know, the media probably doesn't know about, but I would not be surprised if there's an under the table agreement. Well, if you don't file a grievance, we'll break camp.
What do you think the chance are that, like, let's say he files a grievance? Because we saw Chris Bryant file a grievance, and it ended up not
He'll
going.
Probably still lose, but two different things here. I don't want to get too far into the future of baseball, but the CBA is going to change.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know what the long-term effects of player control that's going to have. And number two, every other Major League Baseball team is going to be upset with the Mariners here because you're set precedents, right? That's each team sets precedents. The Chris Bryant thing, I mean, the Cubs did everything but come out and say it. The Mariners actually came out and said it. They said the stuff you're not supposed to say, and that would in turn, you know, but the easy defense of that for this season is, well, there's no games in 2020, so he hasn't played in AA, so we can send him down. I think you can easily defend it, but I think the comments took it a little too far, but it's tough to say with all that, but I'll say 20% chance he breaks camp.
And then, but it's like 90% chance he's up by the end of April, right?
I would say, yeah, for sure. I would bet on that. Worst case scenario, he fills the timeline like a Dylan Carlson last year,
or Acuna, you know, when
right, yeah.
So where's like he's currently going around pick like 210, right? If we think he's up at worst by the end of April, like he should be going in the top 150, right?
Yeah, I don't have the ADP in front of me. Where's like Tommy Pham or Rosarena going? He's kind of
Rosarena is going in the top 60.
Yeah, he's not going to touch that number. But like if he broke full season, you can make an argument for that, right? I mean, similar skill set. Yeah, I think 125, 130. So then if you're going to want that, you're going to have to reach around early because you know how people are now. The fantasy baseball industry's got FOMO more than anything else in the world, I think, now. Which, rightly so, you're watching all these young guys come up and do well. I mean, when did Acuna? I'm trying to remember when Acuna was a rookie. We all knew he was coming up. Yeah, I think he went about 120 or so, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think he was going 120, 130. And I was out on that just because I didn't know
his
when
strikeout rate was his swing and miss was prevalent. It still kind of is, but he's obviously proven for it not to be a problem. And
like as much as like Acuna came up and was great, I don't think I was necessarily wrong because people forget like he struggled when he first came up and then he got hurt. And so people had to drop him. Like, and so
like Tatis, I wasn't too optimistic on Tatis when he came up either. I thought his approach would be terrible. And I mean,
Kelnick's ADP right now over the last month in Draft Champions League is 225. His min pick is 183.
That's the last month?
The last month.
What's up? Can you go back the last 2 weeks or can you not?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, sure.
So Matt, let me ask you this. When Kelnick comes up, hopefully I said that right. Who would you rather have, a Rosarena or Kelnick?
That's a really good question, man.
Kelnick's ADP over the last 2 weeks is 220 on the dot.
That's not as high as I thought it would be.
Yeah, and I mean, I've taken him higher than that.
That's a good question, Joe. Probably Randy, but I think the Rays, you know, they do their own stuff, and
there's no chance that they send a Rosarena down, right?
No. I'm just talking about not necessarily with. I'm curious how they're going to handle a Rosarena, because how many starters on the Rays play without a platoon?
Yeah,
well, the Rays have like 20 starters, I think.
Well, I think that's intentional because it drives arbitration prices down for a team that's so budget conscious on their own. I think that's intentional. I think they do that on purpose.
You can't sit down. I mean, I guess you can, but like,
I think he's going to be the exception. Is what I mean.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing: like, like I know they like do that for arbitration, and they do it to get advantages, right? They want platoon advantages,
sure.
And so it is smart baseball, and they can also use it to their advantage in arbitration.
For them, they have a lot of depth, and they don't that.
At the same time, like this is a team that still has World Series aspirations, right? But also traded away Blake Snell. So I don't think they want to take any chance of making their team worse and sitting someone like I seen Meadows like projected to be a platoon player. I don't know that he's going to platoon that much. Maybe every once in a while, he sits.
I'll pull up their outfield.
But if he is the guy he was 2 years ago, he's playing every day.
Well, the wild card here is we know Kiermaier is going to go down. Unfortunately, that's been and so when he goes down, because Margot and Meadows are going to be in it. They like Margot. Margot played a lot in the playoffs and did well. Rosarena is going to play every day in left. Kiermaier is going to play every day in center for now. And then I guess it's up to Margot and Meadows looks ticketed to be the DH as of right now.
Yeah, I think he's the DH. I think they want to keep him healthy, and so he's going to DH quite a bit.
Because then they got, you're looking at the rest of the roster. Vidal Brujan's probably going to play some outfield this year. You're going to see him in spring training probably bouncing around center field, second base, shortstop, probably getting that kind of utility role. They actually don't have a lot of outfielders on the 40-man roster or anything like that. Josh Lowe will be up this year, but he's and Brett Phillips. But we know what Brett Phillips is a whiff machine, good defender, good arm, good speed. Josh Lowe is an interesting guy because he has a little bit of power and the speed as well. We saw him in the AFL, kind of a guy that does a little everything. A little bit long swing, which is why he gets a swing and miss. But and like it's another thing too, like Rosarena, he's a fun case because he has a really level bat path, really flat swing. Like that's one of the knocks on him when he was with St. Louis prospect, and it's couldn't elevate really. Obviously that's changed. The profile's changed. He got stronger. But also let's look at who he faced in the playoffs and what's the main characteristics of what do the Yankees do a lot? What do the Astros do a lot? What did the Dodgers do a lot? Fastballs up here. That was like the perfect teams for him to play against because it fits his. The thing about the level swing is it handles high velocity and high fastballs are the rage, right? Everyone wants carry, everyone wants rise. Those are the trendy teams. If you look at what the Dodgers are doing this year with their bullpen, I think they're starting to get the other way with it. They brought back Trinan. They picked up Vesia from the Marlins. They're starting to get more of the sinker balls in there. They want more variety in the bullpen because I think they saw vulnerability in everybody being the same. Tampa Bay does this better than anybody, right? How many different – you've seen that
arm slot
graphic. How many different arm slots? Because they give you different looks. It's always different. And I think that's the new thing now. It's going to be – you always see players like David Freese. I'm going back Cardinals stuff, but that's the playoffs I've watched. Level bat path. Texas Rangers had the high velocity stuff like that. Came from the old – and he was just – you know what I mean? It just works. And – I'm not saying Randy's not good because he is, but like it was a perfect matchup for him, and he took advantage of it and did well. So I'm a little hesitant to pay the price on him this year.
I'm paying the price. I am. It's like I'm not gonna jump him into like the third round or something like that. But like his ability to recognize pitches out of the hand is elite. I love his swing. He's got a speed component too.
Yeah, he does.
And so like it's like I think is he going to be like because I've talked about Tucker being like a potential 40-25 guy as his ceiling, right? Obviously the chance he gets there, I don't know if that happens necessarily, but I do see that upside in him. I don't see that kind of upside in a Rosarena, but I think he's a pretty solid bet to be like 2020.
I would
with upside for more.
If Randy plays 140 games, he's a lock for that.
Exactly. And I think he's going to play 140 games. Like I don't think like as much as I know the Rays like to play games and stuff like that, you can't say when you're battling against the Blue Jays and the Yankees.
That's what I'm curious to see how he does in those less amped.
Yeah,
period.
But like
because he's a high energy guy.
Yeah, but like you're playing against those teams, like, and especially like I do think there will be expanded playoffs. I do think that there will be a DH, but right now there isn't, right? And if you only get that one shot to get in the playoffs, because the Yankees are going to win. Let's say the Yankees win that division, you've got to get that wild card spot. Like I don't think they can mess around and still expect to compete. Like if they're gonna, if they want to play games, they'll play it with Wander Franco. They'll play it with Brujan. They'll play it with other guys that may not make the direct.
Here's another funny story too. Not to get on this tangent, but like the Mariners.
By the way, I love that trade at the bottom. He traded Yordan Alvarez.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Dynasty League for Kelnick and Torres.
Yes, because I don't know if Yordan can play very long.
Yeah, I don't.
Greg
he might
Oden.
be a beast for a few years.
He might be Greg Oden for all we know. It's funny because I keep harping on Tampa. It's funny how they get a pass in a lot of things because you don't hear people beating down the drum for Wander Franco to break camp with the team.
Well, it's because he's 19.
He's 20 now.
Or 20. Well, I mean, but he's still 20. Like
he turned 20 today, so I'm being a smart ass.
Okay. I mean, I can remember Jose Barrios' inning total from the last 3 years off the top of my head, but I can't remember Wander Franco's birthday.
This is my lane here, so I got you. But like, Yandy Diaz and Joey Wendell aren't roadblocks for Wander Franco if he's Wander Franco.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And I still think he should have been up with them last year in the World Series run because, I mean, you lose. How do you lose a World Series with some of your best guns not on the roster? I don't know.
I just don't know how they could have rationalized holding him down for service time if they did let him in the World Series.
Minnesota, Pat Kirilloff starting in the playoffs.
He's going to start the season, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's a guy I'm in on 100%. If I can get a hold of him, I'm going to.
What about Larnach?
Larnach, yeah, I like him a lot too. The ceiling's not quite as high as Kirilloff because the hit tool is not quite there. Larnach is, and I say this in the nicest way ever, he's the most boring prospect in the world, but that's fine. He's going to play every day. He's an everyday corner bat, but right now they got Kepler and Kirilloff there and Nelson Cruz in the DH spot. So you might see him a little bit this year, but it's not going to be anything crazy. Good OBP guy. Has a little bit of trouble with velocity in the inner half. Something to watch for Larnach. That's key what they're keying on this year. We watch him on Oregon State, all of his highlights. He's a left-handed hitter. When he's going so many home runs hit to left center field. He needs to learn. He needs to show teams he can turn on fastballs, which he hasn't been able to do quite yet, which is a weird thing to not be able to do. Most people don't have that issue, but that's his problem. If you want, don't draft this guy. I mentioned him on Potapalooza. Don't draft this guy this year, but be ready on Fab. Nolan Gorman, because he's been taking. I've got some. Obviously, I'm not at Cardinal spring training, but I know some people that are. He's been working with that first team pretty much every day. Well, now games have started, so the workouts have kind of died down, but it was, Nolan Arenado, Paul DeYoung, Nolan Gorman, Goldschmidt taking ground balls every day in that fielding arrangement. Tommy Edman and Matt Carpenter were working with the second team.
Are you worried about Edman at all, or
I don't think he's as good as he was in 2019, which isn't a really crazy observation to make, but I'm worried about him batting leadoff because I don't think he's got the approach for that. I think Dylan Carlson's the leadoff hitter at the end of the year for the Cardinals, personally.
When do you think Gorman's up?
Depends, because the roadblock for Gorman is going to be Matt Carpenter. If Carpenter gets injured or something, I could see Gorman coming up quick, but they're going to be limited to the same kind of defensive positions. National League, no DH, which is absurd there's no DH this year. But
I think the DH is coming. I do. I mean, I can't remember who said it on Potapalooza, but someone mentioned the fact that they agreed to the expanded playoffs the day before the start of the season. Like, so if they don't, I mean, if people don't think that they can't come to an agreement before the start of the season, we got a month. I think it's going to get figured out. I know I'm in the minority on that, but I do think it's going to get figured out. But if it doesn't, God, it sucks.
Yeah. Some other rookies, I guess. I mean, we all know it's not a rookie, but Austin Hayes is kind of a sneaky guy this year, right? A little bit of power.
I don't get
speed. Good defender in center field, better than people think. I mean, that's
I don't get the love on Hayes. I really don't.
Mountcastle. But Blessing was kind of down on Mountcastle the other day on the show and on Podpalooza, but I can't say I necessarily agree with him, but
I don't agree with him either. I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, yeah, the StatCast stuff doesn't jump off the page for Mountcastle, and he was lucky, but I mean, obviously, I can't remember when he hit like 330 or something like that. Like, obviously, he was lucky, but we're not projecting him to hit 330. Like, he's getting he is hit at every level. Like, and what more can you ask of a guy? Like, at some point, you just got to buy the track record a little bit,
right? And then Andrew Vaughn will be up soon.
Yeah, Vaughn's a guy. Vaughn and Kelnick are the two rookies in redraft leagues that I've been buying in on.
I'm a little bit worried about Vaughn's power output right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
The power numbers in the pro debut have been kind of muted a little bit. Supposedly he did well at the alternate site, but who didn't do well at the alternate site?
That's the hard part. We don't know who they were going up against at the alternate sites.
Well, their own pitchers, right?
Like you said, I think it was you that said it. They're going up against their pitchers every time. Like,
right.
You're getting to see the same guy. Oh, yeah, you're going to be able to hit a dude you've seen, like,
a couple of those times. You're, I don't know, I'll go to the White Sox real quick and find a generic pitcher that was at the alternate site. Jonathan Stever or whatever. You're at the alternate site and you're trying to come up to the big leagues, and you're trying to make the team, right? Are you really going to buzz Jose Abreu up and in with a fastball to set him up for the breaking ball? Absolutely not.
No,
because if you hit Jose Abreu, you cause an injury that you're going to cause. You're not going to challenge guys like that.
There was someone who got hit at the alternate site. Like, there was a star. I can't remember who it was last year, but I remember hearing about it and everybody being like, "Well, that guy's fired."
Right.
Like, that guy's getting cut. Like, I can't remember if it was Mookie or he wasn't hurt or anything, but like.
Right.
You accidentally break Mookie Betts' hand, and because you're thrown inside, and all of a sudden, now you were a fringe prospect that is now not a prospect. Like,
right. And then we've got some velo numbers from alternate sites and stuff too, and like everybody's consistently like a mile and a half, mile per hour, 1.5 miles an hour down. Like across the board, and kind of chalk it up to like the adrenaline factor, because you can simulate a game so much, but like
it's practice,
and so like you have to kind of watch all that. It's nice data to have. I'd rather have it than not, but at the same time, you look at it and it's like, well, I can't.
You don't want to overreact to it either,
right? And a lot of the batted ball data we have, like we got Wander Franco's launch angle and all that stuff. It's not great, but I will caution, it's like. I can't remember. It's like 35 balls in play.
Yeah, it's nothing. At the same time, it's something to think about too, because he's a guy he's 20.
Right. But I wonder how much of that changes with age, though. I don't really know. That's something we don't know enough about, because it's a relatively new thing that we're learning about.
Mm-hmm.
Does launch angle change as the player ages?
I'm sure it will for some people, and I'm sure it won't for others. And I'm sure it's going to be.
I think that's very organization dependent, I'm sure. And Tampa's tried with Yandy Diaz, and I don't think they've really had much success there.
Nope, they haven't had success at all. I mean, we've seen it. I think Diaz is a little bit different animal too, though, because I think part of his issues, and I've talked about this before on podcasts, is that I think his bulk gets in his way. I mean, if you ever seen a bodybuilder walk around and they're walking around like they're flexing. Some of them are, and some of them are doing it because if you work out your biceps more than your triceps and don't get a lot of flexibility, your arms get stuck in that position.
I can see it.
And so try try swinging a bat if you can't extend your arms completely.
Yeah, no, I hear you. That could be an issue.
Because I did powerlifting when I was younger. I was one of those guys who could bench press 400 pounds and stuff like that. And it's like, but I was very, very careful about making sure I worked on my flexibility. It's one of the reasons I have really bad knee problems, because I didn't do that flexibility work with my legs. And all my issues with my knees are the fact that my hamstrings and my calves are too tight. And so and it's wreaked havoc on my legs. But you see these guys, go look at videos of guys working out at Venice Beach, or Gold's gyms, the big ones and stuff. You see these guys walking around like they're walking around like this. And it's not, some of it is they're trying to flex on people, but some of it is they honestly cannot extend their arms the full way because they've tightened their tendons.
How I wipe their own ass, man.
Yeah, it's crazy though. And you see Yandy Diaz, and you look at his biceps, and you go, I bet you he can't. I bet he can't extend his arm the entire way.
Possible, but
I think that is part of the issue with his extension.
You might be right on that.
Raising the launch angle.
I just wonder how much launch angle can change, and that's something we'll find out as we go, because that's a relatively new thing to pay attention to. But
for sure.
Another rookie I'm trying to get on this year is Brandon Marsh.
Oh, yeah.
You guys can draft all the Joe Adele shares you want. I'll take Marsh.
You know how much I love Adele, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not touching Adele.
I'm not out on him long term, but I don't want him this year.
Yeah, outside of Dynasty, I am not touching him. I tried to buy low on him in a Dynasty league, and the guy's like, sorry, man, I just can't do it. But, yeah.
Cassis, the guy had a question about Cassis. The only reason why I say no is because they're trying to figure out what Bobby Dahlbeck and Michael Chavez both are this year. And I think they're going to get the at-bats. And if Cassis does come up, it won't be very much, it won't be worth rostering or anything like that.
Yeah.
Josh Young for the Rangers will be up quick. What's up, man?
I'll let you finish. Sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
I was going to
ask, who did you say on the Rangers going to be up? Josh Young. Josh Young. He's going to pass Apostle.
Yeah. His data all site was good. He'll be up pretty quick after opening day. Solak probably he might take Odor's spot. Odor might turn into the utility guy there. Sorry, Joe. What were you saying, man?
Oh no, you're good. I was going to throw two guys at you just out of curiosity. One big name prospect, one kind of no name prospect. I don't want to say no name, but you're talking about Andrew Vaughn, and the other guy that kind of sticks out to me in that group of big hitters, Spencer Torkelson. Do you think we'll see him this year?
No, I don't think so. I think
maybe in September.
I think by merit we should, but I think it's in Detroit's best interest for him not to be up. You know how that goes. I think the third base experiment seems to be a very real thing, though.
Yeah, I was curious about that. I didn't even realize they were doing that till.
But it makes sense because if you look at the Arizona State roster he was on, the guy Alika Williams was a high draft pick by Tampa Bay. He was their starting shortstop. Really good glove. Their third baseman at Arizona State is also in the Tigers organization, Gage Workman. They're working him at shortstop right now. The Tigers are, because his glove is that good, but Williams pushed him to short, which then pushed Torkelson over to first. So there's a thought that maybe he could actually play third base. And he just kind of got pushed down the chain by stronger defenders, which is likely to happen at the big league level eventually too. I hope he doesn't right away because I want Paredes to get another chance. But Paredes had some absurd stat. We had no barrels and like 80 batted balls last year, which is not great for a corner guy.
I've got Paredes in a few leagues, and it's like I was not impressed, but at the same time, like it's such a small sample. I'm not giving up on him yet.
Agreed. Maybe he turns into some super utility guy for them, but I mean, I liked him in AFL, man. He's driving the ball pretty well there, but no barrels in half a season is pretty tough to ignore.
But I mean, here's the thing: like, we have no idea what people were going through, right?
Absolutely,
like,
especially 2020, right?
And especially, and I mentioned this, I can't remember if it was on, I think it was on your Podapalooza segment. Like, the guys who have money clearly can, afford when they're locked on, like during like the lockdown time when everybody wasn't going anywhere, like they can afford, they have gyms in their home. They've got, they've got these, great, tools and stuff at their disposal. And the other guys who like don't have money, like they're thrown in their backyard if their backyard's big enough, like if they're not in like a major city. And it's like, and we don't know who's like, we know who has money, obviously, but we don't know some of these guys who might not have money, like what they were able to do. Like some of them had to like drive like food delivery to make sure that they were making enough money to pay their bills and stuff, and weren't able to. So like I don't like guys like Paredes, like I'm kind of throwing out 2020 for the most part, and I'm not so worried about it.
Yeah, you can't really make any definitive statements on guys, especially with last year, because you don't know. Their family members could have had COVID, and they're dealing with that as they played, and the bare minimum, you don't get to see your family because you're isolated. Because I mean, there's so many factors, and like it's tough. Being in a different country, you can't see your family.
Yeah,
you can't imagine what people are going through.
I had a girl I was going to school with, finishing up my last semester, and we were chatting at one point, like in a Zoom, and she made a comment about how she hadn't seen her family in a while. And I was like, "Why?" And she goes, "Well, I live in a country that's locked down, and I can't leave here."
Players had that this year,
and so I was like. We had Michael Govia on. Like, he hasn't been able to spend time with his girlfriend because she lives in Canada. Like, he hasn't been able to see his girlfriend for a year. Like, and he's talked about this publicly and stuff. So it's like, we just don't know what people went through and have been going through over the last year. And like, so like, if someone had like a really down year and it seems out of the ordinary, and I'm talking about major league guys or just like guys that the minor leagues, we have no idea. Like, I'm just not willing to just toss the baby out with the bathwater because 2020 sucked. It sucked for everybody, dude. Like, it just, and we just have no idea how much it sucked for certain people.
Yeah, it's all fair points.
Like, I mean, Karl Anthony Towns lost what, like 4 or 5 members of his family to COVID.
Might be selling it short. It might be more than that.
Yeah, it might be more. Like, and that was highly publicized, but there were a lot of people, their stuff wasn't highly publicized, because they didn't want it to be publicized. So it's like, I'm just not gonna overreact too much to 2020.
Right. But like, I'm a big dynasty player, and like, I don't know how people are making big trades.
You and I've made some big trades in like TGGX, but like at the same time, like I'm not moving like
I'm not an aggressive trader anyways. So for me I get real attached to the guys I have because I have the guys because there's a reason I have them.
I know. Sharing a team with you, I've learned this. Can't fucking trade Jack Flaherty for anything.
Well, we can, but you got to bring the goods. He's a top 5 dynasty pitcher, so I want a top 10 bat.
We're not gonna get that.
But in that league, the scoring, it makes sense to wait for that. Someone will give it to her.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. We'll see. I'm trying to get Darius to trade us Eloy.
I'd do that.
The problem is he already traded a bunch of his hitters for pitchers.
Oh.
Well, we tried to trade him to Tom Trudeau for Julio Rodriguez, and Tom was like, "Sorry, you'd have to give me another piece." I'm like, "I'm not giving you another piece.
Way.
I'm already giving you Flaherty."
Nope. You're giving me a guy that hasn't. No, I'm not as in on Julio as everybody else.
I'm in on him, but I'm not going to trade a top, 10 pitcher for a guy that's not going to see the major.
He's not going to run. He's not going to be a top. He's not going to be the equivalent to what we're looking for. He's going to be a top 30 player, fine, but he's not going to be a top 10. And I know that's nitpicking, but that's what we're looking for. He doesn't run, and I think his body's going to be a problem. He's going to hit, but maybe he's Eloy. That's, you know what I mean? Maybe that's the goal, right? Maybe he's Eloy Jimenez.
Yeah.
Talking about Julio Rodriguez.
Yeah.
That seems like a fair comp. I mean, fair. I don't want to say fair comp because now people are going to think that means he's going to be Eloy. But
his
for
ceiling,
Pete,
his ceiling is Eloy.
Yeah, I think that's legit, right? I mean, if you've seen Julio Rodriguez, you know he's not going to run. He can say what he says he wants to, but his frame's not built for that.
Yeah, I mean, big power. Questions about strikeouts and the plate discipline. Probably will have a high BABIP, so chance for a high average. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds about like Eloy.
Yeah.
Hey, Justin, I posted those stats, and Matt, I wonder if you know who this will be. But tell me if those AAA stats that I just posted look interesting to you.
Where'd you post them?
Oh, that's in the private chat.
Oh, private chat.
I'll put it in the comments too.
AAA from 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it can't be 2020.
This is a guy that I don't want to say targeting, but like in the 50s, I've been targeting as a late round pick because he's got. And for the people that can't,
And these are minor league numbers.
Yeah, AAA from 2019. It's the thing that got me was the 90-mile-an-hour exit velocity. Chas McCormick for the Astros.
Oh, okay.
I was curious what Matt thought about him because I haven't really even seen anything on him, but the numbers themselves look pretty impressive.
And Matt will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong. I think he kind of profiles more as kind of fourth outfielder type. Like he's kind of
that can't really play center.
Yeah, and more of a guy who's like a sum of all his parts kind of guy than he is a like he doesn't really have a carrying tool. And I'm not a huge like Chas McCormick guy or anything like that. But this is my understanding.
No, I think you're not wrong on that. The thing with McCormick, and I hate rooting for injuries, but you need something to happen to Jordan for him to get a shot.
Oh yeah,
I think because.
But it's not a bad stat.
Another guy I don't mind for that team is Miles Straw. He might get a shot this year.
We talked about him on Potapalooza during a segment because somebody randomly brought him up, and I said like right now he's projected to play center in Houston. I have a sneaking suspicion Jackie Bradley Jr. ends up in Houston.
They should, man.
But
I don't think Miles Straw is all that good, but for fantasy, it'll be interesting because
he could steal 20, 30 bases if he gets 500 plus plate appearances.
He could be John Birdie for
exactly, which I love, and he's going super super cheap.
Right.
My fear though is that I draft him and then the next day they sign Jackie Bradley Jr. because it feels like that is like the perfect marriage. Is what they need, that center fielder. Who plays good defense and and isn't a nothing with the bat. Because I mean, I like Miles Straw, but Miles Straw should be a utility guy, right? He should be able to play infield, outfield.
Well, he came he came through the minors as an infielder.
Yeah, and so like especially with Correa's injury history, the other injury histories they've got on that team with Brantley and Jordan, like they need a guy who can cover a lot of different spots, and that's what Straw can do for them. But until they sign Jackie Bradley Jr., he's really tantalizing.
Their best Correa insurance is going to be Bregman. He'll move over to short, and then they'll play Toro at third base.
I love Toro. But he doesn't have a spot.
You know what I love about Straw, but I also hate about him? And this is something we don't really talk about a lot, is he has like no power. Like I think he's hit like one home run.
There's a minimum power threshold you have to have, or else pitchers will just knock the bat out of your hand.
Well, I was gonna say he's gonna only basically hit singles, and he's got good plate discipline, so he's gonna walk a lot, which is good for a speed guy. It's bad for fantasy because you're not getting home runs, but it's also like good at the same time because that gives him more opportunities to steal.
If I'm in a 50 round draft and hold, I want Straw. Because he's going to play, and you want playing time. He might pinch run and steal a base. Perfect. Cool. You know what I mean?
And he's one of those guys too, where like in a 50-round draft and hold, you're going to have a lot of other options, right? So if he doesn't play, you have the other options fill in. But he's a nice little upside pick. Like Straw is one of those guys. And Matt, you know this better than me. Like is Straw a decent defender? Like, I don't even know, honestly. I can't remember.
I don't really know either. I would imagine he's probably average. I mean, he started out as an infielder, so I don't know how natural the outfield is. But
because typically the guys who play everywhere aren't very good at one spot. So, right. And I honestly, I have not watched him play defensively.
I don't know much about the defense. I can't comment on that. If I know something, I'm not going to say I do. So.
Okay, yeah, and I don't either. So. Like I could probably go look at his defensive metrics and
you want a guy though that's gonna play that can do what we're talking about here is Jared Oliva for the Pirates.
Is he gonna play
as a stolen base guy?
Look at not only that, Joe. Look at his efficiency rate.
Yeah,
he's like a career. I want to say he's like a career 90% success rate.
I've been grabbing him in lots of.
And his batting practices at the AFL were pretty nice too. He's got some sneaky pop in there that's not shown in games yet. And the ever immortal Anthony Alford is standing in his way in center field in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think he's going to play.
And Brian Goodwin, and his clock's already started, and the Pirates are going to win 50 games. So what?
Well, he's an older prospect, so like starting his clock wasn't as big of a deal as maybe starting a older guy.
Nothing malicious about it, but I mean, look at his stolen base efficiency numbers.
I didn't realize he was almost a 40 stolen base guy. I was thinking he was like a mid-20s guy.
No, I'm giving away all my secrets, I guess. But like,
no. I mean, he might go late in some of these in some of these TGFBI leagues, but he's not. He is a sleeper. Like there are people who are like definitely like looking at him, but I don't think he's on a lot of people's boards. And right now we got 10 people watching, so I doubt people are going to. I doubt people are going to go through this 4-hour video to find the Jared Oliva.
I'm a Cole Tucker stan too, so I like him. He might be an option in center field. To be honest.
Wait, who?
Cole Tucker for them too.
Cole Tucker's one of those guys where like everybody was so burned by him for the Fabapalooza that like people have completely written him off. But I'm not completely writing him off. He's someone I'm going to definitely watch. I want to see who's playing in that infield and outfield in Pittsburgh, because that'll tell us a lot.
What do you think about Brendan Rodgers?
I'm not a big Brendan Rodgers guy. I mean, I might be wrong
this year, I think,
but I just
he'll play if he's healthy.
Because I think it's between him, Ryan McMahon, and Hampson for 2 spots.
McMahon retooled his swing. I'm very interested on McMahon right now.
I like picking on these bad teams because I have a lot of intriguing options. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, McMahon completely reworked his swing in the offseason.
And Sam Hilliard's there too. I like that.
Yeah.
It's going to be a nightmare. Yeah, it is every year. Hey, guys, I need to actually do some work tonight. This has been so much fun. I really, really have enjoyed it. I appreciate everybody who stuck around and watched this for 4 hours.
Sorry to bore you with.
No, this was great. I wish we'd been able to get you on earlier. I'll be doing these again, so we'll definitely get back together and we'll
get in my DMs, man. Let me know.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna sign off for tonight so I can write an article or two and get to bed before 4 o'clock in the morning.
All right, sounds good.
I'll do that. See you guys. Nice talking to you.
You guys have a good night.
Take it easy.
Bye.